All right, mic check. I might have to turn down this volume a little bit. So for those that can't see, we've of course got our main monitor we've got PFF's big board, PFF's premium stats for all NFL teams. We've got roster PFF full lineups, so we can see the entire like roster and grades. And then, of course, we also have off-season recaps up for all the teams, essentially. So, of course, a couple additions here for the Chicago Bears. They signed Gerald Everett and Kevin Byard, the safety, of course, that ended up from Tennessee to Philadelphia last year. Re-signed Jalen Johnson, which was a big thing for them. Jalen, 25-year-old corner, outstanding corner for the Chicago Bears. Brought in DeAndre Swift as well from Philly. So brought in, new tight end, new running back. Also got a new center. Looks like he came over from the Rams. That's Coleman Shelton. I don't know. PFF free agent rank of 98. So went ahead and started rebuilding that line with. Let me see here, double check my notes. So they have two day one picks, or a total of four picks: two in day one in day two, and one in day three. As you can see, of course, up on the screen, we should have the draft cast, which will show you technically who is on the clock, the needs for the team, the PFF or ESPN's best available, ESPN's best fit, as well as the next team's needs. And then on the top right, you can see actually the next pick for that team. So Chicago, of course, has the first overall and the ninth overall. Definitely can see the Chicago Bears with only having four picks being very open to trades with that ninth overall pick. Basically everyone and their mama knows Caleb Williams is almost a guaranteed fit here. Oh, we got a draft tracker. Oh, that's cool. PFF's got like live right now themselves. Very interesting. They have a oh, this would have been so much better to have on the screen. That's so unfortunate. Oh well. No worries there. So don't need that. So of course, top pressing needs past Caleb Williams and the quarterback. Wide receiver a little bit looking to pair, but they did address that with Keenan Allen, so I would take wide receiver off the board. Defensive tackle, edge, and tackle. You can never protect your quarterback enough, and you can never have enough edge rushers, so you can't really argue too much with that. Um, I mean, the first two picks of this draft are essentially, we all know, going to be at least a quarterback. You know, I'm gotta double check that this is going to switch to the draft itself because this says NFL first draft 7:04 to 7:59, NFL draft kickoff 7 o'clock to 8 o'clock. I want to make sure we got the regular draft. So, like I said, we've got the TV up here on the right, main monitor in the center, and then we're going to go double check ESPN. Worst case, I'll pull it up on an pirated stream if they're all being cocks about it. Oh, that shit. The other one's gone. It's Fridays. Sorry, give me 1 second, everybody. Begins at 8 o'clock. This event has not yet started. It has definitely started. It is 8 o'clock on the dot. Let's try to go back to NFL's. Oh, of course, I forgot my phone over there too. Hey. All right, we got the NFL app over on the right side on the TV. And of course, for those that didn't see, A.J. Brown just signed an extension with Philadelphia. So, big day for extensions across the NFL. Detroit doing a handful themselves as well. Penei Sewell got his contract extension. Amon St. Brown got his contract extension. They're basically saying it's only a matter of time before Jared Goff gets his. That'll be very interesting to see the amount on that. Roger Goodell was talking about you don't want to miss the start of the draft. We got a local favorite, So everyone's expecting Lance Zierlein says the Patriots might be open to trading here. We might see some really interesting trades here in the first round. We got the sticky notes ready for trades. But for everyone that might be tuning in, welcome, guys. Oh, where is I lost my other tracker. Here we go. That's what I'm talking about. Now we got the other tracker up top. That's what I'm talking about. But welcome in, guys. Round 1, pick 1 belongs to Chicago. We're probably about to get Roger Goodell coming out here soon. And hopefully we'll get that beautiful moment where we got Rich Eisen saying, "We're on the clock." But we'll see. We got a lot of Rich Eisen memes or gifs here. This could be a life-changing moment for their team, and how could you not be excited for that? Not even being a fan of a certain team, it's like, can you imagine if you were doing a all team draft, and you're like, yeah, I get to draft Tom Brady first overall, Not saying that this kid, Caleb Williams, is going to be Tom Brady, but it's a level of excitement for any franchise, and if you can't share that with another person or another team, I don't know. I'm going to turn up the volume, but I want to make sure it doesn't get picked up. All right, still not really coming through, so perfect. This could be very interesting. So I've got, of course, Chicago's roster here pulled up. With DJ Moore and Allen, they've got Tyler Scott, the former Cincinnati wide receiver drafted last year, is their third person. So not really a huge need probably here to, like they say on their roster needs, it says they need wide receiver. I wouldn't push that in any earlier point. They, of course, addressed running back position. Hey, what's up, Chimera? I know. Chicago is on the clock. Says that on there, not on there. And again, for anyone joining in, we've got 3 monitors set up today. You can see it on my Twitter. We've got the TV set up on my right, my main monitor where I've got a bunch of PFF things up, including premium stats, big boards, off-season recaps, and roster breakdowns. As well as, of course, we got the monitor on the left side here with our OBS chat, so I can talk to everyone, as well as, the other various trackers on screen. You, of course, have our round tracker at the top of your screen. That should update as things go on. As well as, of course, what I have on the main screen is ESPN's DraftCast. To try to give you a better visual to, since we can't, of course, officially show the draft. This, like I said, no-brainer. Caleb Williams probably coming off the board. The one stat that we did find troubling about Caleb Williams was he actually was leading in turnover-worthy percentage plays. I mean, to put that in perspective, guys, I should have had my presentation up. Well, we'll have the presentations up tomorrow because if you didn't know, guys, we did our offensive and defensive draft specials yesterday and today. A little bit rushed, but we do the draft special focused on guys that we predict will be 3rd through 7th round, so day 3 picks. But if you didn't watch the draft special last year, a lot of our picks really played out. Were some of the better performing rookies in the NFL last year. We're hoping to continue to have that kind of success with this year's crop. Chimera says, any shot I can call you on Discord for the Bills pick to give thoughts? I should be able to do it. Let me kick Discord up real quick just to have it up. My desktop audio is coming through, so it should catch your audio, so it should work all fine. But yeah, I'm cool with that, my boy. We're super excited about this. So actually, let's talk to Chimera a little bit here. So the Bills, of course, came up in we got our sticky notes here with all our fun little things. Sorry, Discord's opening up and it's kind of probably eating some resources real quick. So, of course, the Buffalo Bills and Dalvin Cook running the second most gap style runs last year. So when we're specifically, like in Chimera, my draft special, and when we're looking at offensive linemen or running backs, basically, like you're looking for more of the gap guys than the zone guys. You feel me? We got Oak Squirrel, one of the Chicago fans, joining us. Welcome in, my boy. Are you excited for this? Oh, that's right. You're Bengals. I'm so sorry. I'm getting you confused with the other guy. The Bengals definitely are going to have interesting. Bengals, of course, picking 18th in this draft. Online NFL said Bengals are in look for offensive tackle, defensive end, cornerback, wide receiver, and tight end. But of course, the big story you've got to be talking about for the Cincinnati Bengals has to be the T. Higgins and Trey Hendrickson commotion. Of course, Trey coming out the other day supposedly asking for a trade. Do we see maybe some Bengals moved in this draft, especially for day 2 picks? I would be really interesting. Steve-O coming in with the gamble there. I do have Streamlabs up, so I'm very surprised that that's not working. Let's see. I'm going to try to add loyalty points through the StreamBot real quick. See if maybe that'll kick it up and going. Trade them for Jettas. I'm really excited. The last mock draft that came out right before had a ton of different trades going on. I believe it had the Patriots at 3 trading out for around 7. One of the interesting stories, too, is going to be the fall of Latu, the edge rusher from UCLA. Really late mock drafts have had him falling down into the 20s, where previously he was a top 15 pick. And here's Eminem coming out for the Detroit Lions. Roger Goodell hinted at it earlier, and he is there to pump the crowd up in Detroit. Let's go. Why is my StreamBot not working? I'm logged into my Streamlabs right now. Commands. Hold on, I think I know what I need to do. Where is... I'm trying to find my, why it's not doing the game. Pardon me while I find it real quick. Ah, we got it. All right, CloudBot is now on. So it should work now. Wait, why did it go off again? Hold on. Come on. Let's try it one more time. Sorry. I'm actually watching. I've got on my right a TV hooked up with. I'm watching on NFL app, I believe. How far am I behind? Hey, there we go, Steve-O. If you're trying to do some stuff, it is working now. I had to enable my stream bot again, is what it is. Another big trade part we're looking at. Chicago only has 4 picks in this draft, guys. The second one being at pick 9, so you can definitely bet they're probably going to be trading down. And like that, we are on the clock, guys. Yeah, I've got 3 monitors up right now, countless tabs. We're hoping the PC holds out. They got Jared Goff out there, too. Detroit's hyped right now. Yeah, Aiden Hutchinson. Amon St. Brown. They look around a little confused. They're pointing. Roger Goodell. Ah, here comes Barry Sanders. Golf claps. Golf claps. Can we actually like get the draft like really started? I know there's like a lot of like presentation and like Megatron. Ah, Megatron's a freaking legend, bro. But yeah, let me know, guys. We got Buffalo, we got Cincinnati in the chat. We got any other teams, man? Let me go share my stream on Twitter real quick. Share Twitter. Yeah, like I said, Caleb Williams actually leading in turnover-worthy plays. Are on the clock. It's not an NFL draft if Roger Goodell doesn't get booed. Oak Squirrel says, I'm a Lions fan too if I did not mention that. Ah, you probably did. I probably just forgot it. Oh, I wanted to be at the NFL draft so bad this year, to be honest with you guys. Like, so bad. And the flights weren't that bad to book, but the hotels is what was really getting me. Same thing with going to the combine. I was going to go to the NFL combine this year. I'm really excited for Baltimore. However, you know, we know as Ravens flock that there's a small chance we might trade out of the first round, especially if Penix and Nix are sitting there. Big shout out to, I think Penix and Nix actually are going to be some pretty good quarterbacks. I've got my worries about Caleb Williams, and I actually would take Jaden Daniels #1 overall. I slightly don't trust UNC quarterbacks, but Drake May has shown me some really good throws, to be honest with you. But you know what? Like they're showing right here, he just can throw from any platform and find a guy. But that was, I don't know. Yeah, he knows he's going #1 overall. 2019, Darnell Wright was their first round pick for Chicago. 2022 didn't have one. 2021 was, of course, Justin Fields. They are about to change their franchise drastically. Coach came in to Justin Fields and was like, I'm doing what's best for the team. If you haven't watched Draft Day, you won't know. We start on getting an offensive line stronger. Can never go wrong with the offensive line, but that's what the draft's all about. 7:30 left on the clock here for the Chicago Bears. They're going through the antics, letting Caleb feel it out, have that draft experience. Look into what looks like the draft room there for the Chicago Bears, and they're just idle. I got to take off one mic so I can. I wish I had my mic boom, but unfortunate. The timer right now 6:48. What's it on yours, Chimera? How far ahead are you of our? How far ahead of me are you? Dude, I'm like 2.5 minutes ahead of you. How are you watching? We're about to try through ESPN, honestly. I might have to go to a pirate stream. Yeah, that was through NFL. Let's see if ESPN's a little better. Chicago robbed Carolina last year. Let's see. ESPN's trying to. I might just straight pirate this. Gotta make sure I don't say it aloud. NFL draft. Yep. Go through ABC. Oh, I gotta cut that audio. Let's see. Now let's go back to NFL, see how far ahead we have that. Yeah, you probably have ABC, like the actual channel is probably what it is. The pick is in, says Oak Squirrel. Oh, it's still not in on my end. Wow, it's actually behind? Wow, that's rough. That's really rough, like a 2-minute difference. Let's try something else. We'll see. We'll see. Oak Squirrel says I have corn CBS. Okay. Wait, isn't CBS part of Paramount? Yeah, it is. Hold on, I have Paramount Plus. So if it's on CBS, then oh, I gotta sign in again though. And of course, I can see it on the thing first. Oh my god, my PC is freaking. Caleb Williams is, of course, the first overall pick. Why? Oh, I got NFL draft. I'm on Paramount, so I guess it's not on. I had to download CBS Sports on my TV. Sorry, I'm trying to get another stream up to see maybe if it's ahead. Nope, it's even further behind. God, I gotta find a better way to watch it, honestly. It's always my problem. And see, I have ESPN Plus as well, which is through ABC, but ABC. And see, like it says it'll be on ESPN, but it won't. It isn't. Like NFL Network, NFL Plus, ABC, ESPN, ESPN Sports. You can also stream on the ABC app, ESPN app. I know I might have to try to download the ABC app. Sorry, guys. You gotta love how that hasn't updated either. There we go. Washington is on the clock with 3:50 left. Why has it got to add in there? There we go. Watch later. Watch here. Yeah, I don't have a cable subscription, so I can't watch on any of those. That's rough. So the best option, it seems like for me, is to yep, because it's got it locked. That sucks. I'm like 2 minutes behind on the draft, basically. To point that again, like even the other thing's going to be ahead of me, technically. That's just fucking rough. Washington with 2 minutes and 5 seconds left, supposedly. That's rough. I'm going to be about 2 minutes behind you, Chimera. And Washington, of course, is on the phone with somebody. The pick is in, according to ESPN. Let's see how long this goes for. I mean, this has got to be Jaden Daniels, right? Like, they could throw it off and go Drake May, though. So on my TV I'm watching, it still says 2:50 on the clock, but of course ESPN already says the pick is in. So we're going to see here shortly. Washington, of course, has made a huge changeover. They brought in Austin Eckler from the Chargers, Bobby Wagner, Clellan Ferrell, Dante Fowler Jr., Dorrance Strong, Frank Louvu, Jeremy Chin. They brought in a ton of new talent into this team. Of course, the change of Dan Quinn at head coach. They've got 9 total picks today, and they're probably about to get their new quarterback of the future. Big sneak thing you got to pay attention to is that they traded Sam Howell, former UNC guy, to the Seattle Seahawks. And there it is. Jaden Daniels, quarterback LSU. Definitely, I mean, best pick that was available. No question about it. And now we've got the New England Patriots here with number 3. So, of course, ESPN and everything like that told me over here on my screen for the stream. Uh, obviously, as I'm watching, the pick is still in and they haven't announced it. So it's pretty crazy here. Hopefully, I didn't ruin that for you, Chimera. I hope my clock's not ahead of yours. Let me know if it is, by the way. Oh, I really feel like the Patriots might make the trade here. I really feel like they could move down. Ah, you're watching Grossi? What's Grossi up to? Daniels is such a good selection. Like I said, I think he might be the better quarterback in this draft. Man, new era in Washington. Oh, I bet he is, honestly. Uh, Chimera says the Patriots have to take Drake May. You know, he threw some real dimes, to be honest with you, so I could see it. Um, I don't know though, man. Just the fact that some of these people have like predicted the trade gives me like a wariness that the Patriots were open about it. I'm like I said, I'm just more excited for the later rounds here. I think we're gonna see some real stars come off the board in day 3. And of course, the early favorites to have great drafts are Arizona, Green Bay, and Los Angeles Rams, all having 11 picks right now. Buffalo, Cincinnati, and San Francisco coming in with 10 picks each. So all of those teams, you know, really have the potential to turn their rosters around. Keep an eye on Chicago, though, like I said, with their ability to trade out of number 9 and possibly really take a draft haul for late and just keep moving picks around. let's say you take 9 and you trade it down in 1 for, another, basically a later 1 and a high second. Ooh, according to ESPN, the pick is in. Oh, God, it's just so crazy how far behind, you know, uh, it all is essentially. On my TV, they're still talking to Jaden Daniels on the stage. Patriots aren't even on the clock really on what I'm watching through NFL. But sorry, guys, I'm still a broke poor boy. I don't like how they compared him to RG3 though, to be honest with you. Jaden Daniels is one of the best deep or I'm sorry, is basically the best deep passer in this draft. I think he has that over RG3 all freaking day. Uh, he can just throw this thing, yeah, dart. Yeah, my TV stream is through NFL, like the NFL app basically, and NFL Plus. Um, rough one, that one, you know. Still waiting to see the official pick here for New England. Like I said, it says the pick is in on ESPN. Yeah, ooh, they only took 5 minutes to make the pick. I'm about to say I have ESPN Plus, so I'm a little confused here. God, I'm trying to see if I can get this up. I think Pat McAfee has rights to show it. Yep, Drake May. Good stuff. And new quarterback in New England. I already have this. I'm so confused. I gotta check something now. Doubt I'm still signed into Disney Plus. Disney Plus has ESPN Plus. So I wonder what. I mean, Marvin Harrison's got to go off the board right here, right? Like, there's no way he. Ah, man. I'm trying to text my girlfriend. I'm trying to remember if the count's through my email or her email. Oh, man. I'm trying so hard right now to get this. And I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying so hard to get this situated and fixed. That's not it. If the Cards don't take Marvin Harrison Jr., fire their GM. Yeah, exactly. Like 315. So I feel like they're talking right now. Thinking here. Just realized my mic was muted. Of course, Marvin Harrison Jr. comes off the board, first wide receiver going. Chargers are up next here on the clock officially. A lot of people have mocked Bowers here, the tight end. We could see a lot of craziness. That's all I'm going to say out of this pick. Malik Neighbors could be a great replacement to Keenan Allen. We're just going to have to find out, I guess. Is it working now? I realized I had it muted. I'm trying to get in touch with the girlfriends. But I'm trying to get the stream back up here, guys. So pardon me while I get that. figure out here. Cannot figure this out for the life of me. I'm trying so hard. God, I think I'm signed out of all of them. Let's see here. Los Angeles Chargers. Added Denzel Perryman, Gus Edwards, J.K. Dobbins. Of course, changed their head coach to Jim Harbaugh, as well as it brought in Greg Roman and Joe Ortiz, who was with the Ravens for 25 years. 440. They're definitely talking to someone. Ooh, brought in Puna Ford from the Bills as well. That's a pretty good run stuffer there. Of course, they lost Gerald Everett to the Chicago Bears, Eckler to the Commanders, as well as some other depth pieces in Michael Davis and Austin Johnson. Definitely could use some help at the guard position as well. Definitely need wide receivers. They're definitely got some serious holes to fill, as well as having to deal with the cap implications of deals to guys like Khalil Mack, Mike Williams, Keenan Allen, and who was the other one that got the big deal? Was it Herbert? 3:40 here on the clock for the Chargers. Still waiting for the pick. God, it's going to be fun to watch Marvin Harrison Jr. Like, so much fun. I really wish he would have ended up with a better quarterback, but, you know, I guess we might have to wait till next year. All the times I could never get a hold of her, now would be the time. Let's see how it is on the NFL.com website, not the app. I've got NFL Plus, so supposedly they're on commercial. I'm like, no way. Don't buy that one. Man, 215. LA still has not made their pick. This is nuts. How far are they going to take down this clock? Chimera says, I think Kyler has a renaissance year. His 2020 season was proof he can be great. You know, maybe. You know, it depends on what's out in Call of Duty. If they got new skins, you know what I'm saying? No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'll lay off Kyler. We do hope he has, you know, good success. Could be that I'm streaming and watching this for hours just to watch my Ravens trade out. Oh, according to the ESPN Draftcast, the pick is in. for the Los Angeles Chargers. Do we see Neighbors come off the board? Do we see the overall consensus number 1 tight end come off the board here? Does Joe Alt go? Also, who's your bet, guys, on who's gonna be the first team that makes that, the reach pick? Usually it's always a team like the Raiders or the Cowboys, but there's always at least one. Kyler needs to get on Fortnite. He can wear NFL skins there. That's a good one. All right. I mean, dude, this seems pretty close right now on NFL.com now, of course. I actually went to NFL.com's website on NFL Plus instead of the app. And I heard the bell ring pick is in. So we're going to find out how far behind it is now. I'm watching my 2 screens here, listening in. Joe Alt, the left tackle from Notre Dame, 6'9", 321. Wow. I mean, I'm not too surprised, to be honest with you on that. I'm not too surprised. Joe Alt is the consensus number 1 tackle. New York's been looking for someone to protect Dan Jones. I mean, beautiful. Look at that bend right there. Great pick. You can't be mad at it. Look at him there against, is that Bama or Arkansas? Looks like Bama. Laying some wood. Good pick. With that, the New York Giants are on the clock here. J.J. McCarthy sitting on the board. Malik Neighbors, though, still the 1B receiver in this draft, basically. I don't know, man. Who would you take? You give him Dan Jones another year? Literally, you got to start by protecting your quarterback. We don't like to quote the Jones around here too much, but we start on getting the offensive line stronger. And you cannot go wrong with an offensive lineman pick. But we'll see, right? think I'm. Oh my God, dude. So it's not. Ooh, the Giants tried to trade up to number 3 to take Drake May. Wow. Wow. Oh, pick is in for the New York Giants. And now this is not too far behind. I'm still working on something else. I mean, you can't go wrong with neighbors, but the fact that they wanted to go get May says a lot, I feel like. I guess I don't have ESPN Plus anymore. Oh, here we go. They're about to pick. Malik Neighbors, wide receiver, LSU. So the second one comes off the board here. Of course, like I'm still not. See, we have the bundle. That's why I'm so confused on here. I'm just so confused on what. Man, Tennessee on the clock here now. Rome Odunze could be a great pick at a weapon for Will Levis. Dallas Turner, best available. Definitely the number one edge rusher in this draft class. Chimera says, I really need these teams to stop taking wide receivers. Leave some for us. Oh my God. Gotta love how it didn't stay logged in. I'm just so over this already, like trying to get it all lined up. Man, Dan Jones though just heard though they tried to trade up to 3 for Drake May. So Dang, look at the inside of Malik Neighbors' jacket. It's a bunch of photos. That is fly, bro. Like, that is so dope. Like, I would love to have something like that. Malik Neighbors, of course, an absolute deep monster in this draft. Did everything over there at LSU. Just going to probably be a star. I'm just so confused on why I can't get to. I guess maybe they unbundled it. Used to have ESPN in here with Disney Plus and Hulu and Nat Geo, and it's not now. That really fucking sucks. Like, flock up. What up, ES? How you doing, my guy? The pick is in supposedly for Tennessee. And they're moving pretty quickly here in the first round now. I cannot believe they don't have this on anything else. Chimera, they ain't leaving you no wide receivers, my boy. Like, they ain't leaving you nothing. Oh, man. Yeah, I love they're like, watch. And then. Who y'all think this pick's gonna be for Tennessee? Honestly, this is the more boring round for me. It takes longer. It's more the picks are a little easier in a sense. I wonder, sometimes they do this. Oh, let's see. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying here. Oh, Chimera getting a heist going. All right. I'm going to go check. Pirate streams again. Let's see. We're going to find out which one's further ahead here. I feel like this is further behind now. A crew of pirates and raiders check their flintlocks and sharpen their cutlasses as they disembark for Blackheart Island. The entire crew escape Blackheart Island alive. They celebrate with a chest full of rum and a chest full of gold and a belly full of rum. Cheers, guys. I just noticed the... Ooh, J.C. Latham just came off the board to Tennessee? What? What? Are you serious? No way. Latham is the second tackle off the board. Wow, we've got the first shakeup of the draft. What? Straight Lil Jon style Dave Chappelle. What? Chimera found the One Piece. I am mind blown right now, guys. Mind blown. That Latham just became the second pick. That's gotta be the... Oh, poor Roger Goodell just had back surgery. And Latham picking him up and tapping him on the back. They probably going to be talking about that to the other guys. Be like, hey, please take it easy on the commish. Wow. So we've got Atlanta up. The popular pick to Atlanta is Edge, with Dallas Turner coming off the board to them. I mean, I could totally understand that. You got to have elite guys, right? Free agents, Bud Dupree, Calais Campbell, they re-signed nobody really. They brought Kirk Cousins in. Don't have a lot of cap room. Really don't have any edge. Decent corners in Terrell, Hughes, and Phillips the third. They signed Bates from Cincinnati not too long ago. Pretty good offensive line. Need a little help at left guard, it looks like. And, of course, they've got Darnell Mooney, Drake London, and Kyle Pitts, as well as Bijan Robinson. So Edge definitely could be the pick here. Really could add a weapon and take a Dunze as well. Can you imagine adding a Dunze with Kirk Cousins, Bijan, Kyle Pitts, and Drake London? The offense would be absolutely unstoppable. Needs for Atlanta, according to ESPN, is going to be corner, edge, defensive tackle, linebacker, and tackle. So, looks like they need a lot of help on the defensive side of the ball. Dallas Turner could be a good turning point for them. there is definitely a big drop-off from Dallas Turner compared to the rest of this edge draft class. So really wouldn't be surprised. Chimera says, I'm not familiar with Latham. Is he a reach? Oh my gosh. Yes and no. So if you're looking at PFF's tackle big board, Joe Alt, 5th overall on the big board. Talis Fuaga, the tackle out of Oregon State, who's a mauler, is next up at 13. After that, you got Troy Futanu, the tackle out of Washington. Olumyanu Fashanu, tackle out of Penn State. And then J.C. Latham. So, on a lot of boards, Latham's 3 positions behind on the tackle board. However, he is one of, I believe, the true right tackles in this class. Let me double check here. Yeah, Fatanu's left tackle, Fashanu's left tackle. Fuaga is a right tackle, but some people have him converting to a guard. 6'6", 334, got really impressive size. But basically, Fuaga and Latham were the top 2 right tackles in this class. And like we just saw, so little bit of a reach, not much. The pick is in. Michael Penix. What? With Kirk Cousins just signed to a mega deal. What? We were just asking where was the first surprise of this draft. And there it is. Don't get me wrong. I love Michael Penix. I think he was rated way too low. I'm excited for this young man, but I'm really confused. Hold on. We gotta address this. Hold on. Kirk Cousins contract OTC. Let's check. Kirk Cousins signed a 4-year deal that really they can't get out of it till at least 2 years from now. If they try to cut him next year, they're going to owe him $60 million. I am blown away right now with that selection at 8. You have got to fire whoever the GM of the Atlanta Falcons is. What is that? Just like Chimera said. You just signed Kirk Cousins to a mega deal. Kirk Cousins has a prorated bonus of $12.5 million every single year, no matter what. He's got an additional $12.5 million guaranteed this year, an additional guaranteed salary of $27.5 million next year, and then finally you could cut him maybe, but you would still be losing $12.5 million a year in the final 2 years. So this isn't even like you could sit Penix for a year and then start him next year. You've got to sit Penix for 2 years. Kirk Cousins has got to be livid right now. Odunze on the board. Dallas Turner on the board. Andrew Paez joining us in, bro, what? Exactly. Chimera says they're probably trying to make him the next Jordan Love, had him sit behind Kirk for a few years. I understand that to a degree, but when was Jordan Love picked? Hold on. Jordan Love pick. Jordan Love was the 26th pick of the draft. When you take a quarterback in that manner, you do it at the end of the first, not at the 8th overall with top 10 talent on the board still. I cannot express my empathy for probably majority of Atlanta Falcon fans right now. I know if I was a Falcon fan, I would feel all type of ways about this. The pick is in for Chicago. They're probably screaming that Odunze is still on the board right now. Dallas Turner would be a home run hit here as well. I really thought Chicago was going to trade this pick, but two back-to-back craziness picks with J.C. Latham coming off the board and Michael Penix coming off the board, 7-8 respectively. Oh my God, guys. I am what we're drinking some Crown and Coke today. Thanks for hanging out with us. This is Jets are on the clock officially as we're waiting for Chicago to officially announce the pick. This is just like I said, even all the analysts are really surprised that Chicago's about to make this pick. And there it is, Rome Odunze, the 6'3", 212-pound receiver from Washington. Dude, you've got to be smiling if you are Caleb Williams right now. Like, your wide receiver core is now Rome Odunze, Keenan Allen, and DJ Moore, with a freshly signed Gerald Everett as well from the Rams. Dude, and then the thing is you got DeAndre Swift, who's a great receiving threat in the backfield they signed as well. Definitely, my big worry is, of course, the line. Can they get the line fixed? And I know Chicago is ecstatic right now. They've got to be. I'm guessing maybe that Chicago is betting that Caleb Williams' ability. Wow, they already got on PFF step chart Caleb Williams penciled in to start for the Bears. Wow, that's crazy. They already updated the depth chart. But I'm guessing they're just going to say, hey, let him do his thing. And wow. Minnesota on the clock with their 11th overall pick now. God. Wait, what happened to the Jets have the 10th overall pick? Did the Jets just trade up one spot? No. Why do they keep saying Minnesota's? Why does it say Minnesota's on the clock? Minnesota traded up one spot. Oh, we've got the trade. Oh my God, we've got a trade. Oh my God. Oh my God. This has got to be for a quarterback. This has got to be like the NFL analysts were saying Chicago should have done. Hey, we're getting calls for this quarterback. This has got to be for J.J. McCarthy for Minnesota. Gotta be. 4:55 on the clock. Oh, wait, hold on. I gotta. And it says the pick is in. Oh my God. I can't get over the Michael Penix thing, guys. And I can't get over these teams doing these one spot trade ups. Like, I get it, but I don't. I'm very excited to see what the trade. Here we go. 10th, they got a 6. The Jets receive a 4th and a 5th. That is a great trade. So basically traded their 6 for a 4th and a 5th. That is a steal. A+ grade for me. Jet's going to have some great depth. I've been very vocal that I think there's some really good players that are going to be available in that 4th, 5th round, especially like defensive line. New York predicted to have some needs at safety, linebacker, center, wide receiver. I think they've got some guys in mind. Dunze working on a dairy farm of his grandfather. God, you gotta love that kid, man. Like, congrats to Rome Odunze. Dunze. I really wish him the best up there in Chicago. 10 offensive players in the top 10. That is crazy. Wow. Oh my God. What is going? And Twitter's got to be blowing up with we're going to get Twitter up. I forgot we got to be tweeting while we're watching live. That's how you really generate the views, right? Right. Chimera says, I'm nearly ready to declare the Bears the NFC North champs after that. Holy shit, they're stacked. Yeah, we've seen plenty of times where these teams, do that and then they don't work out. Like I said, the scary thing about Caleb Williams was turnover-worthy percentage plays where he led the FBS on all quarterbacks in that category. Some of them might have been related to his fumbles, but I'm telling you, that's a yellow flag for me. And it doesn't matter how good your your wide receivers are. But the one thing about Caleb Williams, he was the only quarterback with a 90+ grade on the short side. So you got to give him credit in that. He is one of one in that essence, basically. Here, I got my stats up here. So yeah, under pressure, turnover-worthy percentage. Caleb Williams was tied for second with Hartman and Granger at 9.2%. Williams was number one in the total category of turnover-worthy plays. In perspective, the percentage to other top candidates, J.J. McCarthy, 20th on the list with 6.8%. Michael Penix, 36th on the list with a 4.1%. And Jaden Daniels, 47th with 2.8%. Wow. I can't get over the Penix thing, to be honest with you. Here we go. Who's the pick? Who's the pick? What's in the box? You can't give up, though, on Jordan Love and the Packers. Like I said, the Packers actually have 11 selections in this draft. And they already had a great draft last year. So you really got to keep an eye on the Packers. The NFC North ain't over yet. You feel me? Minnesota about to get themselves a new quarterback, too. And there it is. J.J. McCarthy. And just like that, we've got a new era of quarterback play in Minnesota. And there's the McCarthy family. They're down the road. They live in Michigan, so they're just down the road from the draft. And there's his hat. I'd be excited too if I was going to Minnesota. It's gonna stay competitive up there in Minnesota. It ain't over yet. You feel me? You got Minnesota making moves. Green Bay's always in it. And Chicago, of course, looking at the Vikings, they actually brought in Andrew Van Winkle, one of the underrated guys at edge, former Miami Dolphin. Brought in Blake Cashman, a linebacker from the Texans, as well as Jonathan Grenard. So the Vikings really revamped their edge rush after losing Danielle Hunter. Marcus Davenport really didn't work out like they wanted to. And then looks like they brought in Dalton Risner, the guard from Denver. So looking at their lineup here real quick. One moment. So had really good tackle play out of Darisaw and O'Neal. Might need some interior offensive line help. Of course, they've got Aaron Jones over there in Minnesota, absolute monster. Jordan Addison really had some great snags last year, so he's going to continue to develop as wide receiver 2 behind Jordan Jefferson. As we mentioned, they revamped their edge. They're doing pretty good. Decent play out of the safeties and linebackers, especially adding Cashman in free agency. Might still be looking for a little help at defensive tackle here in this draft. And we'll definitely see about that. Dallas Turner still sitting on the board here. New York Jets, though, got to be staring at Brock Bowers a little bit, right? But could the New York Jets trade down and get a little more? They've got the potential, I feel like, too. And got Sam Darnold as a backup, possibly to push the rookie too when it gets there. I mean, I'm excited to see what J.J. McCarthy's got. I think he's an absolute stud. Him, Penix, Nix. And of course, for those that didn't watch my draft special, one of my draft steals at quarterback, I think, in this draft is going to be Gunnar Watson, the quarterback out of Troy. But we'll see. The pick is in here for New York. Let's see if Aaron Rodgers is getting some new weapons. So the New York Jets, of course, lost Bryce Huff, Jordan Whitehead, and Quentin Jefferson. So mostly lost free agents on the defensive side of the ball. Brought in a lot of offensive line help. Tyron Smith from the Dallas Cowboys, John Simpson from the Ravens. They traded for Morgan Moses. Brought in Javon Kinlaw from the 49ers, as well as Solomon Thomas. Brought in free agents Carl Lawson and Mekhi Becton. Is that correct? Let me double check here. Or did they lose those on my... Oh, Fashanu coming off the board here. The Penn State tackle. A real left tackle coming off the board here for them. They had Tyron Smith, the left tackle of the Cowboys that they signed, has some injury concerns, so this is a great pick. Could fill in anywhere along that line while they're developing him, and of course provides injury assurance in case Tyron Smith goes down. Can't go wrong with rebuilding the trenches and protecting Aaron Rodgers. Great pick for the New York Jets. And with that, we've got Denver on the clock, 4:35, as Dallas Turner continues to slide down this board a little bit. Denver apparently needs quarterback, corner, defensive tackle, edge, and tackle. Lot of different ways they could go here. Let's take a look at their roster. So, okay, the free agents are people that probably left. My apologies. So, moved on. Looks like they lost their center and linebacker. Didn't really bring in too much in free agency. Looking at the roster of the Denver Broncos, there are holes everywhere. Of course, they traded for Zach Wilson. They've got Williams at running back, 63 grade last year. The offensive line, other than their right guard, definitely needs a lot of work. Bowles, the left tackle for the Denver Broncos, coming in with a 75.9. That's 19th in the NFL. Of course, they've got Mims Jr., the guy they drafted last year, as well as Cortland Sutton over there. Got some guys with some potential, and as well as Patrick Surtain looking to have a bounce back year. Corner looks like it could be a really big need here. Is this where we see Kenyon Mitchell come off the board? No way. No way, PFF's mock draft simulator. I just pulled it up to mess with this, and the pick's in on theirs. Supposedly, if I ruin this, I'm sorry, guys. Bo Nix is about to go to the Denver Broncos, according to PFF's right now. What? It says actual pick. No way PFF's thing's ahead of this right now. No way. Like, it is. Oh my God. How is this ahead? What is going on? How do they know? No way. I am mind blown right now. Just no way. Like, I know they needed a quarterback, but like, no way. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've got so many good grades on Bo Nix. He's one of the best quarterbacks in this class under pressure. He shows intelligence, like, but I am blown away right now. And I'm so sorry if I can't believe PFF's got it before everyone. PFF's got it before Dallas. Before ESPN. Like, what? I wonder what Branda Perna is thinking right now for his Denver Broncos. Wow, I am just the Denver Broncos. I just can't get over this, man. Like, don't get me wrong, they need a quarterback, but God, they have so many holes on this roster where they need some help, some youth injected. No way. I just can't get over it, guys. I cannot get over it. We got PFF's take on it. The run on quarterbacks continues. Denver had one of the worst quarterback rooms on NFL on paper. It's not a surprise to see them address the position, though the way they did it, taking QB 6th, 12th overall, is a bit surprising. Nix excelled at getting the ball out of his hand quickly and accurately in the Oregon offense over the past 2 seasons. His 70% accuracy pass rate since 2022 ranks second among the Power 5 quarterbacks with at least 250 attempts. Wow. Six out of the first 12 picks. God. Man, maybe this will drive my boy Gunnar Watson up the draft boards a little bit. He's not even on PFF's big board. Let's just say it like that. Like, wow. I can't get over that, guys. God, 6 quarterbacks in the top 12 picks. The next quarterback on PFF's big board is Spencer Rattler, Michael Pratt, and Jordan Travis. The quarterback play has definitely dropped off after that pick. If you watch my quarterback special, you know who we are looking for in these later rounds potentially, but I am blown away. Gosh, dang. And PFF, of course, they've got their picks in ahead. I'm going to stop watching their thing, but the pick is in officially for the Las Vegas Raiders already. And Brock Bowers, the tight end out of Georgia. Going to the Raiders. Going to be the Darren Waller replacement. Great pick by the Raiders. Let's take a look here at the Raiders. But Raiders, they probably wanted a quarterback there. They probably would have took Nix. Aiden O'Connell, the former Purdue quarterback, going to be getting the start. They've got some holes, though. Tight end, they definitely need one. Mayer was their starting tight end, I believe the former Green Bay guy. But Oakland's got some serious holes here. They need some linebacker help. They need corner. The former Maryland Terp Bennett was destroyed last year. Running back Amir Abdullah getting the start over there. Other than Devontae Adams, they don't really have a whole lot. Other than Kuntz and Crosby, they need some help. One defensive tackle, Wilson, as well, pretty low on the board. But with Michael Mayer and Brock Bowers now in Vegas, definitely going to have some good weapons. They say go ahead and get a tight end as a quarterback's best friend. So, of course, their big splash signing was Christian Wilkins, the Miami defensive lineman. Crazy, man. And with that, we've got the New Orleans Saints on the clock. Already halfway through their clock time. New Orleans supposedly looking for tackle, wide receiver, corner, defensive tackle, and linebacker. Let's go ahead and take a look at their roster. So, of course, Derek Carr, Alvin Kamara still doing some work down there. Chris Olave is a budding star. Decent play from the right tackle and center, but definitely could use, looks like a starting left tackle. Could also use some help on the defensive side of the ball. Saints got some holes to fill after having to deal with some cap issues. They have a new coordinator who wants vets to know his system. Last year's late rounder completes against one last year from aging star. Tackles and coverage players are always in demand. Expensive free agent and high draft picks are one way to fill holes in the roster. Remember, sometimes the best upgrades are replacing a below average player with an average one. So Saints need to get some work done here in this draft. They've got total of 9 picks, only 1 in day 1 and 1 in day 2, but they've got 7 picks in day 3, so they probably really need to hit this pick here. They, of course, brought in Chase Young and Cedric Wilson Jr., the Commander, 49er, and then, of course, Dolphin. Okay, those are free agents still sitting. Okay. Chimera says, this is around the point where if I'm the Bills, I would consider trading up. Yeah, right now, PFF's big board, you've got Adonai Mitchell, Brian Thomas Jr., and Troy Franklin. Adonai Mitchell could really be like more of a Gabe Davis replacement for y'all. Brian Thomas Jr. Really snuck under a lot of people's radars with Malik Neighbors there. And Troy Franklin is a deep ball expert in this draft. He's had meetings, of course, with the Baltimore Ravens as well. This is a Chimera, good news for y'all, and might have been part of why you did trade Stephon Diggs. This is a very deep wide receiver class. It's second in this class. Basically, this is a quarterback, wide receiver, tackle class. That's the best way to say it. If you're looking to revamp your offense in this draft, this is the draft to do it. I think there's tons of steals late in the round for running backs as well. Interior offensive line could be a little harder to find in this draft, but like I said, there are elite level tackles, and there's going to be some really good third round tackles as well. Though, if you're looking for corners, really fast corner class as well, some pretty good corners. Linebacker, of course, has been weak not only this year but last year as well. Let me see. What did it have? It has Buffalo says they need interior. Oh, no, hold on. I'm sorry. Wide receiver, edge, defensive tackle, safety, and running back for Buffalo is what they say. 315 as New Orleans still talking. Man, Byron Murphy, an absolute animal too. The consensus #1 D tackle in this draft. And I feel like he solidified that at the combine. I'd be drooling right now. Dallas Turner, Byron Murphy. If you're looking for defensive players and you haven't picked yet in this draft, dude, you're sitting there like an evil henchman rubbing your hands together. Because, again, we are now 13 picks into the draft. First, this is the NFL first. 13 players in the draft, all offense. Like, I'll be right back, guys. We had to refresh our beverage. 125. Saints are still waiting. My guess, they've got to be talking some trades right now just because the amount of holes in the roster that they do have. I really want to know how far Jerzon Newton's going to fall in this draft as well. And like Rich Eisen's with me right now. He's like, I love Penix. I love him, but like, I can't get over that. Oh shit, we've got drama. They supposedly, Ian Rapport and all them, they reached out to the agent of Kirk Cousins. Kirk was not given any heads up on the pick. That is a bombshell of a report, honestly. That they didn't even talk to him, call him, nothing. Like, I Saints, they're clapping, so they're giving some high fives. They definitely must have liked who they picked. And they're reporting right there, Rams check their starting right tackle, their best offensive lineman, dealing with a knee injury. So might be without him. Chimera says, I tried to defend it earlier with the Jordan Love comparison, but what the fuck? Falcons are LOL cows for that. Yeah, dude, like I said, it head scratcher. They're starting beef with their quarterback. They just signed to a ton of money. Um, I mean, dude, maybe they've got some deal where they're going to trade Kirk Cousins, but I'm 90% sure Kirk Cousins has a no trade clause. And there is Fuaga coming off the board, another offensive player. I'm just going to stop scratching out the number. 14 offensive players taken out in the first 14 picks. The 6'6", 324 tackle out of Oregon State, absolute mauler. I love the pick. You can't go wrong with that pick. We're watching history be made tonight, guys. And with that, the Indianapolis Colts are on the clock now. Talise Fuaga, so I can say it properly. Congratulations, young man. So looking at the Colts roster, says the Colts need corner, wide receiver, running back, interior offensive line, and safety. They moved on from Zach Moss and Gardner Minshew, brought in Julian Blackmon, the safety, re-signed Kenny Moore, re-signed Pittman Jr. Bracely really kept a lot of their guys. The defensive line for the Colts looks outstanding. Ebukam, Stewart, Buckner, and Pay in that 4-3, absolutely dominating. Moore, they just re-signed. Juju Brents, their former second-round pick last year, gonna continue to develop. Might need a little bit of safety help at that free safety spot. Pretty good looking on the offensive line. Need a right guard maybe. And maybe a true wide receiver too. They've got Pittman Jr. and Josh Downs, who works primarily in the slot. Love Josh Downs, absolute monster. Really could have used a tight end as well. Brock Bowers probably would have been a great pick here for Indianapolis. I don't know, man. This is about to be tough. Let me take Fuaga off the board here. So Colts now on the clock. They're very often picked a cornerback. I really don't think that's the pick here. They could add another, but they just invested a second round. They just re-signed the guy. If I'm them, do we see Adonai Mitchell come off the board here? Graham Barton could be their new starting right guard as well. Jackson Powers could come off the board instead of playing center, play guard for them. They've got a pretty good center in Ryan Kelly already. Sadly, like I said, the tight end's already gone, so the next tight end's probably going to be Sanders from Texas. This is going to be an interesting pick. 4:05 still here on the clock for the Indianapolis Colts. Could they be talking a trade down? I would be all about it if I was them. They've got 7 total picks, so not a lot of picks. 1 today, 2 tomorrow, 4 in day 3, so they could pick up some later day 2, early day 3 picks. And right there, they're talking about receiver might be a possibility for them. Hey, I can see officially my ESPN thing is officially 1 minute and 10 seconds ahead of my actual draft coverage that I'm watching. What's funny is then I have the even later draft coverage over here on the right side that's then another minute behind. So I have 1 clock at 3, 1 clock at 4, and 1 clock at 5 right now. It's kind of funny, to be honest with you. Like they're saying right now, who's going to be the first defensive player off the board here? And they're cheering in the Colts draft room right now, and he's on the phone with somebody. Man, what I would give to be able to read all those draft boards in the background. Look at that draft board in the Colts room. That is nuts. And I absolutely fucking love it. That is insane. We're still waiting for the Colts pick with 2 minutes and 12 seconds on the clock. Seattle up next. I know my boy Joe Stevens got to be getting a little excited, getting restless over there with the 16th overall pick in this draft. Is this where Brian Thomas Jr. or Donnie Mitchell comes off the board? Could, like I said, take Graham Barton, tackle that's projected to move to guard. Is Tyler Nubin coming off the board, the first safety, way too early as a reach because they need someone over there beside Blackman? But Blackman's a strong safety. I think Nubin's going to translate to a strong safety as well. I am torn on that one. The pick is in. I'm just... Gosh. And I'm excited to see what Mike McDonald does, changing up that Seattle defense. Like I told Joe of Seahawks Talk, Mike McDonald is going to drastically change how that defense performs and what they can do. He'll adapt to anything that they need to do. Latu comes off the board before Turner. What? You know what? I'm not mad at this pick. I'm not mad. Latu can play really well, I think, standing up as well. And I think they're going to play him like a Micah Parsons. First defensive player to come off the board at pick 15. But I'm telling you, I really didn't think Latu was going to come off the board before Dallas Turner. And like they're saying right there, Latu suffered with some injury issues, had to medically retire from the sport, and came back. 2023 Ted Hendricks Award winner, Best Defensive End in Football, Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Year. This is a surprise, guys. This is a big surprise in my book. Looking at the big board, I mean, they've got Latu on PFF ranked 10th overall, higher than Dallas Turner at 16. So I guess it's not a reach, but man. Latu, of course, played 450 snaps outside tackle, so primarily on that edge. 26.2 per win rate. I mean, just played great football. Struggled against teams like Oregon State, where Fuaga was at, Arizona State, where Jordan Morgan's at. His best game of the year came against Coastal Carolina, which I know a good bit about them. Little surprised by the pick, but I mean, Dude supposedly got a insanely deep bag of pass rush moves. And that's something usually I feel like you don't see in guys coming out of the draft. So you definitely can't hate on the pick. I think the real story is how far is Kenyon Mitchell going to drop down the boards now? A lot of people consider him the number one corner in this draft, or at least 1A, 1B with Terrion Arnold, the cornerback out of Alabama. And like they're saying right there in the draft special, diverse plan of attack. He's got a bag full of tricks here. So here he is against USC, just runs by that guy. That doesn't really show you much. That was a good move against, what was that, Stanford maybe? Here he is against USC on the opposite side, and bad play by the tackle. But the Senior Bowl, that's what you like to see. That was a good move. Good job inside move there. Definitely showed at the Senior Bowl that he really can stand out against maybe some of these better guys. I wasn't sold on what I had seen against gameplay until the Senior Bowl, to be honest. And with that, Seattle's on the clock. 3:45 left. So they're thinking, I feel like this has got to be Dallas Turner here to the Seattle Seahawks. Mike McDonald, of course, the new head coach over there in Seattle. They could use a little bit of edge. Mafe is a growing beast. They got Leonard Williams they brought in. They brought in Jerome Baker and Tyrell Dodson as their new linebackers. So they're really actually kind of set at linebacker. Leonard Williams, of course, coming in at defensive line. I'm not a huge fan of Noah Fant, the tight end they signed. George Fant also signed in there as well, the tackle. They need some interior offensive line help. They need safeties. Really interested to see which way they go on this. They've got some pretty good corners. Tyreek Woolen. Of course, they took Witherspoon, the number one corner out of Illinois last year. And then they've got Michael Jackson on the opposite side, who had a pretty solid year last year. 20th overall ranked corner. So they've got 6th, 20, and 52nd with Tyreek Woolen looking to have a bounce back year. So I don't know, man. They could go corner, but they don't really need it. Definitely need some interior offensive line help or maybe a tackle here. Latham already being off the board. They could go Troy Fautanu. They did bring in the offensive coordinator of Washington to be their new offensive coordinator. So got a lot of familiarity with Troy Fautanu, the right tackle, the left tackle out of Washington. So maybe he can make that move over. Of course, you've got guys like Amarius Mims, the right tackle from Georgia on the board. Graham Barton, who a lot of people are thinking he's going to kick inside. I don't know, man. A lot of people say he's going to play center. I don't know about that. I know Joe really was hoping to get Michael Penix somewhere. That's going to hurt not to have him on the board potentially. The pick is in supposedly for Seattle, so we're waiting to see what it is. Really could see Dallas Turner coming off the board here. Really could see maybe a tackle coming off the board or Graham Barton. I know probably Seattle really was hoping for Penix to be on the board still. Chimera says mozzarella sticks and pizza logs on deck. Let's go. Oh, dude, I'm so jealous. I am starving right now, to be honest with you. I'm starving while sitting here drinking Crown and Coke. And supposedly the pick is in for Seattle. Seattle, of course, does not have a second round pick this year. So that's really going to hurt them. There's a lot of good pieces available in the second round. They do have 5 picks in day 3, so total of 7 picks. Let me see who is up next here. What do y'all think here? Who's your guess on Seattle? Dallas Turner, Kenyon Mitchell, Fatanu, the tackle out of Washington. There's a lot of different ways Seattle could go here, I feel like. They don't really need the corner, though. But they could use right tackle and interior offensive line. Graham Barton could make a lot of sense here. Jackson Powers also could be a pick. They've got some really good halfbacks over there, too. Of course, they've got Kenneth Walker III, but they also got Zach Carbonet, however you want to pronounce it. Running back they selected last year out of UCLA, one of the guys on my draft special. All right, here we go. The first pick of Mike McDonald's career in Seattle. And Jacksonville already 4 minutes into their pick time. So 6 minutes on the clock left for Jacksonville. And it looks like Seattle's got something big coming for their draft pick. Oh, we got some Air Force people in South Korea making the pick, it sounds like. Oh, there's one of my favorite planes, the A-10 Thunderbolt C, which actually, if I'm not mistaken, recently got some upgrades. So I might go make some cheese curds here in a little bit. You got me inspired, Chimera. Byron Murphy II. We got the first defensive lineman coming off the board. That is a absolute outstanding selection, to be honest with you. He basically said, "Oh, I couldn't sign Justin Matabike. I'm going to go get my own." He's probably going to start over Jerron Reed, second round pick in 2016. Finished with a 63.5 PFF grade. Definitely couldn't need some help stopping the run. They could also slide him over. I'm really interested to see how they do this. Has them shown as a 4-3, but no, there we go. There's the 3-4. Yep. He's going to replace Hankins in the middle. Jonathan Hankins, who's probably going to be a rotational piece. Leonard Williams and Jerron Reed as well in there. I mean, you can't really go wrong with that. He's not really a true nose tackle, but I mean, he's going to open up some doors for Mike McDonald. Oh, shit. The Vikings have traded up again? Oh, my God. Who did they just trade up? How much is Minnesota gonna give away in this draft? I am blown away, and the pick is in. They have to be coming up for a defensive player. I'm guessing it's got to be a corner here. They're probably sitting there going, "No way, Kenyon Mitchell is still on the board." And there's absolutely no way this is anything else. This has got to be Kenyon Mitchell, the cornerback, going to the Minnesota Vikings. Gotta be. So 17th overall, 20. Jacksonville's going to get a 5th round and then a 3rd and 4th in 25. Jacksonville coming away. Some pretty good picks right there. Definitely would have really rather had one of those 4ths this year. But Minnesota already had to give up their 4th and 5th this year, basically, for the New York move. Absolutely blown away with what we've seen here. This has got to be Kenyon Mitchell coming off the board. Dallas Turner. Wow. I mean, this is a little bit of a head scratcher. They signed Jonathan Grenard away from the Houston Texans, who is a rising edge rusher. And they also signed Van Ginkel away from the Dolphins. So they have their edge rushers that they brought in through free agency. They spent money in free agency to bring in these guys. So I'm just a little confused because they just signed him. Van Ginkel OTC contract. So, yeah, they signed Van Ginkel to a 2-year, $20 million deal. And Jonathan Grenard signed a $76 million 4-year deal. So they just spent like $90 million on edge rushers, and then they trade up and give away tons of draft capital to draft another edge player. Their corners last year are rated at PFF 55, 58, and 69. That is in respective the 33rd, 87th, and 99th corners in the league. They needed corner help. I am blown away that not only did they trade up there, but they trade up and took an edge rusher instead of the first corner off the board. Blown away right now with that. I mean, maybe I'm crazy, guys, but I understand Van Ginkel is probably going to be a rotational pass rusher for them. But to pay him that much money and then basically be like, hey, rookie's probably coming in and taking the job, I just don't buy it, man. Cincinnati now on the clock. They might be looking at an edge rusher with Trey Hendrickson, of course, requesting a trade. A lot of people say they need wide receiver. I really like Iosivas, the wide receiver out of Princeton they took last year. Could be looking for tackle here. Let's take a look at their roster buildup. Definitely could use a little bit of linebacker and defensive line help. Maybe another corner on the board, potentially. It's definitely an interesting. They need help all across the board here a little bit. They need some interior offensive line really badly. Is this where we see Graham Barton come off the board? They took DJ Turner last year, and they also signed Geno Stone and Von Bell back. So I'm very interested to see which direction the Bengals go on this. Cincinnati. Man, they're going to take Cooper to Gene. I could definitely see that. The pick is in for Cincinnati. Let's see what it is. Got to tweet out at the Minnesota fans a little bit over that because I'm a little confused on it. Like, I think a lot of teams are getting excited that there's so many good defensive players still on the board. A lot of people, thought maybe these edge rushers and these corners were going to go very early, but we saw such a run on quarterbacks that, it's definitely shooken the board up a little bit. So, of course, like we mentioned, Cincinnati, one of the teams with the most draft picks in this draft, has 10 picks overall. Minnesota, though, is just head scratcher after head scratcher, it feels like. They've just given away so much value in later rounds. But I like to say these teams know better than I do. They're looking several years ahead of draft classes, right? Right? Like, wonder who the pick is going to be here for the Bengals. They probably really wanted Dallas Turner. I'm really glad he's not there for them. Could see Jared Verse go off the board here. Wouldn't be too surprised about that. Could see maybe Graham Barton, Jackson Powers Johnson coming off the board. This is definitely getting interesting, guys. This is why we watch the game, right? Why are they showing like NFL.com like scrolling down the board on their actual draft coverage? Like, WTF, guys. WTF. And like they're talking about, they lost their offensive coordinator, Brian Callahan, to the Tennessee Titans. Really, that's a big thing for the Titans, man. Getting him with Will Levis might turn around that Tennessee team. I know a lot of Tennessee fans really didn't want the running back they signed just because Tank Bigsby was showing a lot of potential there. One of my guys for my draft special last year. Amarius Mims, tackle, Georgia. So for those that don't know, Mims has had a real up and down time here. So Amarius Mims only started 7 games last year. 14 the previous year, 9 the other year. One of the highest rated right tackles left on the board here. Actually, the only right tackle left on the board other than maybe Tyler Guyton. But again, a guy that's had limited starts and some issues. This is, wow. Cincinnati did need, another tackle, but I'm a little confused here because also they've got Orlando Brown Jr. on one side. They signed Trent Brown, the former Patriot. I'm a little confused on this pick as well. They've got 2 starting tackles. I don't believe Mims is any potential at moving inside. Like I said, I'm a little confused. Los Angeles Rams on the clock now with pick number 19, 352. One of the most impressive things about the Rams last year is when they entered the training camp and everything. Out of their 90-man roster, I think like 30% of them were rookies. They took so many rookies, undrafted guys, and developed them. They used to say, "Fuck them picks." They got some of the most picks this year with 11. And the Rams are really about to add some depth to this roster. Rams needs listed as defensive tackle, edge, cornerback, offensive tackle, and kicker. First round kicker! Just kidding. So they, of course, in the offseason brought in Kevin Dotson, a Pro Bowl right guard, Cameron Curl, a Pro Bowl safety, and Jonah Jackson. So they redid the interior of their offensive line with those 2 picks. Could use a left tackle here maybe with Alaric Johnson, 2021 draft pick. Their starting left tackle currently. Of course, could be looking to replace Aaron Donald here, but Byron Murphy's already off the board, and they've got Kobe Turner. Might need a linebacker as well. A lot of different ways the Los Angeles Rams could go here on this pick. .209 as the clock's ticking down, and there's Sean McVay sending a text, it looks like. Or I'm sorry, 1:20 on the clock, so. Wow, look at that beach field. Oh my God. That is insane. They've got a Los Angeles Rams field outside their facility on the beach. That is absolutely nuts. Must be nice to be LA Ram. And they're going to make a pick here in the first round. Could use a defensive end. Which direction are they going? Do they need a corner? You can never have enough corners, right? Could use a corner. Is this where Cooper DeJean comes off the board? crazy. The top 3 players on the overall board right now basically are 3 corners. Cooper DeJean, Kenyon Mitchell, and Terrion Arnold. Still got Troy Fautanu, the left tackle of the Washington Huskies, out there as well. And Jared Verse, the top-rated edge player, still left on the board. I know the Ravens actually might, at this rate, end up making their first-round selection. EDC talked about it a little bit in his press conference. He said that the Ravens really were hoping that they had a guy that was actually rated as a top 20 player, and he might fall down some boards. We had a sneaking suspicion it might be Kool-Aid McKinstry, and at this rate, Kool-Aid might be on the board when we get there. There might be someone higher rated at that point still on the board for the Baltimore Ravens. As the top players board, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Out of the top 11 players on the board currently, 3, 4, 5 of them, 5 of 11, so almost 50% of the top remaining 10 picks basically are all cornerbacks. When does the run on the cornerbacks start, basically, is what we're starting to worry here. And there's Jared Verse, edge, coming off the board for the Los Angeles Rams. Can't be really too mad at that pick. Definitely needed some help on the outside edge. Jared Verse, of course, a 6'4", 260-pound edge. Ended up last season with 11 sacks, 9 the previous year, 3 years of 80-plus PFF grade. Played pretty well. The only knock I'd say is against higher-level competition. He had a good game against Clemson, did not play well against LSU, did not play against Virginia, did not play good against Syracuse, Duke, or Miami. Ended the season strong against Florida and Louisville. Primarily an outside edge guy. This is definitely going to be an interesting one. Very violent hands, very powerful. His speed to power move is really good. But, I had my critiques about him, about, finishing plays essentially. But, he'll probably get it done out there in LA. Can't be mad with that pick. Always can use more edge rushers. And especially with Aaron Donald leaving, they're going to need to make up for it somewhere. Definitely going to probably see Kobe Turner from the inside more. But Kobe Turner at 288, a little small to be in the interior of the line. And we've got Pittsburgh on the clock now with pick number 20. Our arch rival, the Pittsburgh Steelers. Of course, they added Justin Fields and Russell Wilson in the offseason. Also signed former Raven Patrick Queen. Really hurt watching PQ go to the Steelers, to be honest with you. As well as they brought in Deshaun Elliott, the former safety of the Ravens, who was playing for the Dolphins last year. Steelers, of course, have some of the best edge rushers in the league in TJ Watt and Alex Highsmith. Porter Jr. they drafted last year, continuing to develop. And their other starting outside corner, Dante Jackson, the former Panther. Got some pretty good safeties in Fitzpatrick and Elliott. Queen looking to revamp that linebacker. Keanu Benton, the defensive lineman out of Wisconsin, absolutely loved the pick last year. He played outstanding. They might be looking here to mix up the offensive line a little bit. Definitely need some wide receiver help as well, so we could see a wide receiver come off the board here. They also have Nate Herbig at center, really pretty good center, but I definitely could see Fashanu, left tackle of Washington, coming off the board here. But we're going to have to wait and see. The pick is in officially for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I got a feeling this is going to be an offensive lineman, but I wouldn't be surprised. Let me check their nickel package here. So could use a cornerback as well. This is going to be a tough one, to be honest with you. Definitely feel like, though, they need to solidify the offensive line. Chimera says, Cafe just closed, LOL. Can no longer watch the draft on TV. Oh, dude. Check on NFL. I don't know if you need NFL Plus to watch the draft right now. You might. If not, Chimera, though, you can watch the NFL draft on the NFL app for free. Of course, though, it's like we were talking about earlier, 2 minutes behind. But right now, though, I'm watching not on the app, but actual NFL.com plus/network. So you might need NFL Plus. But I think you can get NFL Plus for like $4.99 a month. Which then you're only about a minute behind the ESPN clock that I have up on the screen. So if you want to watch at the same pace as me, Chimera, like I said, NFL Plus can do that for you through an actual online browser. And the pick is in for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Round 1, pick 20. As we're getting through this first round, I feel like pretty quickly tonight. We're about 2.5 hours in. What do you think the pick's going to be here, guys? Are they going to go offensive line? Are they going to go corner? They could draft Peyton Wilson and pair him up beside Patrick Queen and have a dynamic interior or off-ball linebackers like Baltimore had with Roquan and Pat PQ. Just going to do the ESPN clock. I feel you on that, Chimera. No worries, my guy. They've got 275,000 fans in attendance for tonight's draft. That's a night one record. It's because it's free to come to the draft. I know everyone's waiting for the Lions to pick. The Steelers are not taking Chop Robinson, Rich Eisen. Come on, my guy. Come on, man. And see, I would have loved, if you're watching the NFL draft, like all those people standing there waiting. Do you know how much I would have loved to have like a phone, some extra batteries and stuff, and like just sitting there streaming live from the draft, pulling people aside to talk to them about their teams? Like, I would love to be able to go to the draft and almost like set up a little table somewhere and just constantly bring in fans for interviews. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is just insane. Cam Hayward, the reigning Walter Payton Man of the Year, coming out to next the picks for the Steelers. I think he's telling him how many people are there, and he said, "Wow!" Like, even he's blown away by how many people are there. Why does Hayward look like he's nervous now to talk? To be honest with you. Which way do the Steelers go here? They've got to stay competitive with Lamar Jackson in this league. Like I said, Peyton Wilson would be like, I feel like the surprise pick here. Wouldn't be surprised by a Graham Martin or Tyler Guyton pick. There's just a lot of ways the Steelers could go, but this definitely affects the AFC North, so I'm really excited to see the direction they go. Oh, excuse me. all I can say is this. Every team right now that's at pick like 21 and later is drooling. Terrion Arnold is still on the board. Kenyon Mitchell is still on the board. Like I said, these teams are drooling right now that these guys are still on the board. Cooper DeJean, you could probably say that 1, 2, 3. There is solid 3 really good first round corners still available 20 picks into this draft, basically. And here we are. Troy Fautanu. Yep, that's a solid pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers. They definitely needed a new left tackle. Their current left tackle, Dan Moore Jr., 54.3 PFF grade last year. Horrible in pass blocking. 4th round selection out of Texas A&M in 2021. Definitely had to upgrade there. The left side of that line now solidified for the Steelers. Got to pay attention to the right side now. I'm sure the Steeler fans are absolutely happy with that pick. Fautanu, of course, being one of the better pass blocking tackles in this draft. Not really known for his run blocking, but you've got to keep Fields and Wilson upright, and they did that with this pick. So, great pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And with that, we've got the AFC East champion Dolphins here on the clock. So Miami supposedly looking for some offensive line inside and out, defensive tackle, edge, and a tight end. Looking at their roster, they lost Van Ginkel, Christian Wilkins, Deshaun Elliott, and Robert Hunt. So they lost a really talented guard and several defensive players in this draft. Connor Williams, their center, I believe, still a free agent as well, who I believe was a really good center for them last year. They added, though, of course, Jordan Poyer to replace Deshaun Elliott, brought in Joanu Smith from the Falcons, Isaiah Wynn brought in to replace Robert Hunt, Jordan Brooks brought in probably to replace Andrew Van Ginkel, brought in Kendall Fuller from the Commanders. Really made a lot of free agent moves to replace their guys. Looking over the roster here for the Dolphins, they could use a slot corner, maybe a little bit of offensive line help. Still need a left guard, it looks like, to replace Eichenberg. Joanu Smith, while he's a decent tight end, not the best, but definitely can't take a first-round tight end, could replace Christian Berrios at slot wide receiver, but it's not really needed. I would not be surprised if they took corner. However, they do need some serious defensive line help. Zach Sealer, impressive, but Gallimore and Harris, their nose tackle and left end, definitely big holes there. I'm sure if they are on the phones, I would be calling for a trade, but they're not. I have a feeling this is about to be Jerzon Newton, defensive lineman out of Illinois. A pass rushing defensive tackle that shot a lot of gaps. I'm not really high on him. But, supposedly a lot of people love him. Big Ten Defensive Player of the Year. I have a little bit of concern about his weight, but if he does move to the outside left end, the left end position, replacing Jonathan Harris in that line, it might not be a bad pick. Definitely not the nose tackle guy, but they can go and find one in this draft. So that's going to be my official prediction here for this pick. Jerzon Newton, defensive lineman out of Illinois. I actually really like Braden Fisk, to be honest with you. But this is where the board starts to get really weird. You know what I'm saying? They could, of course, go Graham Barton, and plug him in potentially at left guard. They, of course, brought in Aaron Brewer as well, the center from Tennessee as in free agency. So guard would absolutely be a good pick here. So this has got to be for Miami, Graham Barton or Jazar Newton. Chimera says AFC East runner up to correct you. I'm going to go refill my beverage, guys. I will be right back. Make sure you hang out. I got to update the, there we go. Philadelphia coming up here on the clock as well. And Jacksonville with their first pick after trading down with Minnesota. Be right back. And yeah, we've been AFK for a while on the stream, guys. I've been working out at least minimum 3 days a week. Other than with my crown, I've cut all soda out of my diet. I've been dropping weight. I'm trying to get that arm bigger. You know what I'm saying? It's getting there. It's getting there. I mean, in perspective to my head, it's getting close to the size of my head, but I've really seen a lot of weight loss around my hips, losing that belly fat, building my chest back up. I've been feeling good. I mean, recently I've been sick, so I've been feeling like shit, and I just spent $1,500 redoing a tooth, but and I still need to spend another $1,500 on a tooth. Oh my god, dude, my teeth. I don't know if I told you this, Chimera, but I've had a gaping hole in my tooth since I was started going back to college months ago. And it doesn't have a root canal in it, so I'm extremely lucky that I haven't felt pain. Chimera says Dolphin ain't never going to win the East as long as King Allen is here. I know we're about to see who y'all take soon. Wow! Wow! I am... They've got Nick Chubb. They've got Jalen Phillips. I'm a little confused on this pick, to be honest with you guys. I mean, Chop, a guy like Odafe Owe, tested out didn't really have the sacks, only 3 sacks last year, tons of hurries, 2 years of 90-plus PFF grade. But the thing was this, just like Odafe Owe, he was always close but couldn't get there. And sadly, Odafe still hasn't really taken that next step. This is a boom or bust pick. And considering that the Miami Dolphins already had Nick Chubb and Jalen Phillips. Now, I know Jalen Phillips is recovering from his torn Achilles. But that is a head-scratching pick for me. And Philadelphia is on the clock, 2:40 left. And like they're saying, Michigan abandoned their passing game because how bad Chop Robinson was destroying their tackles. .9% win rate, 93.1 true pass grade. I mean, let's watch the film here on him. Hopefully they're about to show us some, but I mean, maybe they're going to have him play a lot of linebacker. That could be what's about to happen here. Like as their inside linebacker, but I am a little confused on it. They also have Shaquille Barrett, who I think they brought in, so a little bit of a head scratcher pick on that, but you know, there's a lot of people that say no matter what, just take the best player available, and if that's the best player on their board, good for them. But we've got to talk about the continuing slide of these corners right now. And Philadelphia's got to be salivating. They desperately needed some corner help. And I don't think Philadelphia, in their wildest dreams, would have ever imagined at pick 22 they would have dealer's choice of any corner they wanted in this draft. Like, and like they're saying it right now. The NFL analysts are talking about this is nuts. This is nuts that we have no corners. And this has absolutely got to be a corner coming off the board. It's just who is it? Arnold, Mitchell, or Dejean? I'm going to slide off camera and take a dab, but wow. This is why we watch the draft, guys. This has already been insane. We're still waiting on this Eagle pick? My thing just must not be updating. Every once in a while, I gotta like double check and reopen the tabs. No, they're just taking forever because they're talking about the wow. The real question is, like I said, which corner is this pick going to be? It's got to be one of them. Chimera says Eagle must be trying to make a dramatic entrance. Yeah, it's because they're. Oh! Kenyon Mitchell coming off the board. And there's Jordan Mailata. They're talking about, he's part of the NFL runway program where they, let international people get a chance. And he's the starting left tackle for the Eagles and a former 7th-round pick. And God, steal. You got to write that down. Steal. The fact that they just got the number 1 corner in this draft at 22 is absolutely ridiculous. This guy checks all the boxes. Man, they are absolutely ecstatic right now in Philadelphia. I know my boy Spongy has got to be through the roof right now. I'm telling you right now, there ain't a single mock draft I feel like that went like this. And with that, we've got the Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock now with pick 23. Of course, they had pick 17. They traded that pick to Minnesota for a 5th round this year and a 3rd and a 4th next year. So Jacksonville now with 10 picks this year and 2 extra picks next year. I definitely think they might go corner here as well. Definitely could go edge rusher, defensive lineman. They need help on the offensive line. There's a lot of different ways this team could go. But I feel like you've got to protect Trevor Lawrence. And in that, what I'm saying is, hold on, let me double check something here. So yeah, they brought in Urza Cleveland from the Vikings. They have Mitch Morse, the former center of the Bills. They do need a right tackle. I really feel like Jacksonville traded back here because they know that they're targeting interior offensive line and they know that no one else is going that direction, especially the way the board has fallen, basically. So with that being said, I really feel like I've been banging the drum on Graham Barton for a while here. It's got to be him or Tyler Guyton. Like they're talking about there, Kenyon Mitchell, 20 pass breakups, only FBS player with 4 interceptions, 2 interceptions returned for a touchdown since 2000. God, why do the Eagles keep getting steals? And the pick is in supposedly for Jacksonville. And like they said, comparison, Kenyon Mitchell is to Jair Alexander, the cornerback for Green Bay. I heard the sound in the background. And in Philly's system, he should be able to succeed. And of course, Kenyon Mitchell not only lit it up throughout the year, but went to the Senior Bowl and was a constant standout to anyone and everyone who was there, just flying down the field with every wide receiver. Absolute crazy. Like Chimera said, 4 more picks till the Buffalo Bills pick. 7 picks for us in the Ravens flock. Like I said, I know my boy Spongy, aka Philly Special Cards, our Philadelphia friend, has got to be just telling everyone to suck it. Because, like, I don't think anyone ever would have predicted mock draft that Kenyon Mitchell would have fell that far to the Philadelphia Eagles. Like, and like they're saying, Kenyon Mitchell worked from basically not having a scholarship, being a gray shirt, to first round pick now and potential starter. And there's Tony Khan showing the owner of the Jacksonville Jaguars here. His son looks so uncomfortable in that neck brace, drinking some coffee. It's got to be his son, right? Whoever that guy is. They're showing him, and Doug Peterson, of course, hanging in there as well. Oh, I hear my girlfriend's home. Let's see which direction Jacksonville goes. They are holding on to this pick for a straight minute. Chimera screaming, no. Oh, no. What happened? Oh, Brian Thomas Jr. coming off the board. Oh, man. The wide receiver run starting. Getting another weapon there for Trevor Lawrence. Of course, they already signed Gabe Davis over from the Buffalo Bills. Of course, Christian Kirk, their free agent signing a while ago. Zay Jones, though, still over there as well. So a little confused on this pick as well, to be honest with you. Zay Jones, I guess, not developing like they want to. The 6'2", 200-pound receiver selected in the second round in 2017. Probably going to lose his job to Brian Thomas Jr. Trevor Lawrence gets another great weapon, but it doesn't matter anything if they can't keep him upright. Jacksonville's going to have to address probably that offensive line at some point. Chimera is screaming to trade up now. Now, let me ask you, Chimera, if you traded up right now, who would you take? Or would you take Adonai Mitchell, Ladd McConkey, Keon Coleman, Troy Franklin? I've seen Xavier Worthy has been trending up boards like crazy as well. But we've got the Dallas Cowboys on the clock now. The Dallas Cowboys, for years, have always given us a confusing thing. Jerry Jones has become the new Al Davis. So, of course, Cowboy fans were screaming in the offseason because they lost free agent after free agent after free agent, and they did nothing. Sadly, though, the Cowboys just in a horrible cap space. So they, of course, lost Dante Fowler Jr., Dorrance Strong, Jonathan Hankins, Tony Pollard, Tyler Biadasz, and Tyrone Smith in free agency, and they signed basically like a corner. The Cowboys, of course, supposedly looking for tackle, running back, interior offensive line, defensive tackle, and wide receiver. They definitely need another wide receiver, too, to line up probably with CeeDee Lamb and Cooks. Don't have much at running back now. Dowdle penciled in as the starter. Hoffman penciled as their starting starter, a 53.7 PF grade. So they need left guard, right tackle, and center help. Maybe they go in the direction of like Jackson Powers here or Barton. Defense looking pretty good, to be honest with you. maybe the Dallas Cowboys have been in search for a nose tackle for years. They overreached last year on Mozzie Smith, who I was not a fan of and did not think Mozzie Smith should have been a first round pick, and it absolutely showed. The worst part is, check this out. They drafted him to be a run stopper. He had a 31.8 run grade last year. 70 in pass rush. Did pretty decent in pass rush situations, but Mozzie Smith did not solve the defensive line issue for runs. And with their interior linebackers needing a little help as well, like I said, they reached super hard last year, and I wonder if maybe we're going to see a reach this year. 2 minutes left on the clock here for the Dallas Cowboys. What up, Penguin? I'm so excited for Green Bay's draft, my guy. Y'all got 11 draft picks, one of 3 teams with 11 draft picks in this draft. So Green Bay has a chance. The NFC North is going to be crazy this year. Between Detroit, Chicago, and Green Bay. Because Green Bay, of course, one of the top 5 teams in the draft last year. We liked the draft class they came out, and they were even better than we predicted they were going to be, honestly. They nailed on their wide receiver picks. Penguin, if you could make the pick right now for Green Bay, which is coming up in 1 pick, man, who you taking for Green Bay based upon the current board? Dallas with 1:05 left on the clock here, taking it down to the last second, it would seem. Sorry, dancing to Peyton Manning's commercial music. They're putting on hats, so, 45 seconds. Dallas almost out of time here. Would be an absolute blunder if they miss the pick and Green Bay is able to get their pick in before them. 30 seconds left on the clock for Dallas. 25. 20. No team has gone this low on the draft clock yet. 15 seconds left on the clock for Dallas. We're down to 10, ladies and gentlemen. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Detroit Lions are on the clock. It would seem that Dallas has made a trade with Detroit. We will see about that. It happened last second. So Detroit obviously trying to get ahead of Green Bay for somebody. Wonder if it's going to be Terry and Arnold here with the pick. Let's quickly look at Detroit's roster here. So Detroit definitely needing some secondary help. That's got to be the pick. They've got to think that they were jumping ahead here. How did I get off on my picks? 22 is Philly. They traded this to Detroit. And this has got to be, like I said, to get ahead of Green Bay here. Green Bay might have been looking for a cornerback here with all these first-round corners falling. And Detroit said, we got to get ahead of them here, especially Tampa as well. Of course, this could be for a wide receiver as well. With Brian Thomas going off the board to Jacksonville, which was a little unexpected. I've got it marked as one of my question marks, to be honest with you. We're waiting on the official trade information as well. Looking to see what they gave up. Detroit coming up from 29. Here we are. So Detroit gets a 7th. And Dallas is going to get a 3rd-round pick and a 2nd-round pick this year. That's a great trade for Dallas, honestly, based upon the board. Honestly, that's a lot for Detroit to give up. They've got to be absolutely in love with somebody here to make this trade. Detroit fans are probably not going to be happy about that. Wow. Cowboys move back 5 spots and pick up a 3rd round pick, basically. Wow. Dallas just stole a 3rd round pick from Detroit, honestly. But I guess Detroit didn't really need it. And especially if they think the corners are going to go. Lions are really happy about this, so let's see who it is. Yeah, this has got to be a corner coming off the board right here. Absolutely. I'd be willing to bet the house that this is probably a corner, more than likely Terry and Arnold. Could be Cooper DeJean coming off the board here, but we'll see. We'll see. And Detroit's got to be ecstatic about this pick, honestly. Again, never would have expected these corners to be available this late in the first. Like I said, the NFC North gonna be crazy this year. Like, here comes Roger Goodell to make the pick. Here we go. He's having such a hard time reading. Poor Roger Goodell, though. I know nobody likes Roger Goodell, but I don't hate Roger Goodell, to be honest with you. And to be honest, Terry and Arnold comes off the board. Yep, and that's probably who Green Bay wanted desperately. Oh, and the card fell? Something fell. What a great pick, though, for Detroit, to be honest with you. Got to be happy for him, to be honest. That's a fucking great selection. Like, yeah, absolute slam dunk pick by the Green Bay Packers. Green Bay, I'm trying to like work through here. Chicago at number 9. Oh my God, that's exciting for Detroit. I'm sorry. Green Bay on the clock was 7:52. Let's take a look. Green Bay expected to need defensive tackle, linebacker, tackle, cornerback, and safety. Looking at their PFF roster lineup, definitely needs some help on the interior of that offensive line. They're good at tight end. They're good at halfback. They're, of course, good at wide receiver. Maybe could use a little wide receiver. Definitely need another corner, probably. Let me double check that nickel package. Not a pressing need, but probably definitely need a safety or linebacker here. Could use a little bit on the interior of the offensive or defensive line as well. However, we've got a lot of good grades on defensive tackles later. I feel like this has got to be Cooper DeJean coming off the board. Can play a little bit of everything. If I was Green Bay, I wouldn't be opposed to a trade back either. Hashtag call the Buffalo Bills. They're willing to probably make the trade. But looks like Green Bay's pick is in. We'll get that here in just a moment. Hashtag hope you like the pick. Tom Grossi, by the way. We're hoping for the entire Grossi posse, Pack Cast. We wish you the best in this pick. Cheers if you're drinking, Grossi. I'm sorry the Lions made that move. And the Lions, yeah, they're so happy in their draft room right now. Y'all got a star, man. I'm home, man. Yeah, dude, he's up in the moment right now. I'm excited for him. I can only imagine what that feeling would feel like, you know? So I love watching these young men get, they're really on the verge of, life-changing opportunity in front of them. And like I said, how could you just not have like a little like place in your heart that feels like happiness for them in a sense, 275,000 people in attendance for the draft today in Detroit. And they're booing because the Packers are on the clock. Let me just... God. Never in my time would have thought that Arnold would have been on the board at 24, man. Like, congratulations to Detroit. I'm already prepping my list of guys that I think, hey, had good picks. And the pick is in for Green Bay. Penguin, if you're still here, man, what's your official prediction? God, what an animal that young man is. Here comes Roger Goodell to announce the next one. Chimera says, "Oh, whoa, we've got a major upset here with the Packers. Taking Jordan Morgan, the tackle out of Arizona." Wow. I mean, they did need a left tackle. Rasheed Walker, the 7th round pick in 2022, slated as their starter. Wow. You know, there have been people that we've been high on Jordan Morgan in Baltimore, but there have been some people that have been a little concerned lately after some film study on him. I mean, pretty good pass blocker, 2 years of 83 plus, career left tackle over there in Arizona. Best game came against UCLA, where, of course, you know, there was a first round pick that earlier in this draft. Bad game against Braylon Trice in Washington. I'm really interested in this. He's 6'6", 320. Apparently lacks a little bit in strength and shorter strides, but like the review says, Morgan needs to get stronger. Whether he plays tackle or guard in the NFL, he has the desirable athletic traits, fast hands, feet that bolster starting caliber potential. Wow. You know what, though? He specializes in pass protection, and that's what Green Bay wants to do. He definitely was the last probably potential tier 1. He was one of the guys that was like a potential edge tier 1 tackle. Definitely ahead of the tier 2 guys, and without less pause than the tier 3 guys, who I think are really tier 2 guys, some of them. A little bit of a reach, potentially. But, like I said, he was the next left tackle on the board. So, maybe overall need will influence the Packers' decision there a little bit. But, wow. And with that, Tampa's pick is in. They're really, I feel like, slowing down the draft a little bit and pumping out commercials now. Because I feel like we were at such a pace earlier with people going and getting quarterbacks. And then, of course, they'll be like, oh, yeah, my guys. Yep. So, Tampa on the clock, or pick is in with pick 26. Baltimore now only really 3 picks away. Arizona coming up after Tampa with their second first-round pick here. Of course, they took Marvin Harrison Jr. earlier in this draft. Could address the interior of the offensive line with this other first-round pick. The real surprise is Cooper DeJean, the 6'1", 207 junior cornerback out of Iowa State. Been up and down the boards a lot. Basically, average pick height was 12th. Lowest average pick, 23. And we're sitting at pick 26 right now. I know no one thought he was going to be there. I've expected the fall of Jerzar Newton for a long time, and we're seeing it. But I'm interested to see what's about to happen to Cooper DeJean. Bucks do need some corners, but they also need some offensive line. This is going to be a tough one. Deshaun Jean he looks like a child. That's pretty funny, honestly. More of a zone corner than a man guy, so maybe there's some concerns about him. But let's see where the Buccaneers go with this pick. They've lost some interior offensive linemen in the past few years. There's a couple good guys here. I feel like a lot of teams have second-round grades on those interior offensive linemen, but we'll see about that. Tampa Bay's GM, like they're talking about, really does deserve credit for being able to keep that roster together after the Tom Brady years. They were in cap space hell, and he has performed some straight magic with the deals that he's gotten done there. They're saying Dallas might be regretting their trade right now. Ooh, let's see. So we've got Tyler Guyton, the last potential tier 1 right tackle. Barton, the number 1 tackle / guard, kind of like. They are milking this clock right now. So I think someone's on stage singing. Is that what's going on right now? I think they do little songs in between and they're taking time, so they're telling them to buy time. And there's the pick, Graham Barton. Tackle, probably going to convert to guard. That was, a pretty predicted pick. Better zone blocker than gap. Pretty even across the board. Played better last year than this year. Also, might have missed some games to injury. Only 492 snaps at left tackle compared to 895 last year. They said he might switch to interior, but we'll see about that. And like I said, they're comparing him to Mitch Morse, the former Buffalo Bill. Here he is at tackle. There he is on a pulling rep. Good job to turn around, take that guy out of the play. Pulling out there for a screen. Absolutely demolished that guy. Here he is at center, taking some snaps at center. And that's him as an 18-year-old. So I guess he played high school center, moved to tackle. So they think that he can be a Pro Bowl center, apparently. Of course, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers lost the former Raven Ryan Jensen at center. So looking to probably replace him. I like this pick. They're developing Cody Mock, the former tackle converted to guard from North Dakota last year. That was a part of our draft special. Didn't grade out the best last year, but he's looking to improve. He was never going to be a day 1 starter. He needed a year to develop. So we're hoping that he'll take that step next year. But not a bad pick there. Little interested that he went over Jackson Powers, but with that, Arizona is now on. Oh, they already made their pick. Wow. Arizona taking Darius Robinson, the edge rusher out of Missouri. Wow, they moved on fast from that. Let's take a look at Arizona's roster real quick. Definitely needed some edge rushers. He's probably the number 1 edge rusher that was left on the board that had borderline first-line talent. So Tampa definitely taking the best pass rusher on the board. Arizona. That's a great pick for the Arizona Cardinals. They're going to be excited about that pick. And with 3:10, the Buffalo Bills are on the clock with pick 28. Chimera's been screaming for a wide receiver. Who is it, Chimera? Who is your pick? Oh, I should do best player available board. Good stuff for Arizona. Yeah. Let's see. Hold on one sec. I have to mute. Hey, what up? What up? Let me get my desktop audio. Say something again. One more time.
Oh,
There we are. What up? What up? How you doing, Chimera?
I am so psyched for this, bro. You have no idea. Please,
Who is it, man?
please.
Who is it?
It has to be either Leggett or Mitchell. It has to be one of those two. Please, I beg.
I like both of them. Like, they're both great players. Leggett has been all over the boards. Currently ranked 53rd. You're down to 120 on the clock, though.
I trust the process. I trust the process.
Trust the process. Best fit is Xavier Leggett, according to ESPN. So, have you heard him talk?
I agree.
Have you heard him
No.
talk? Oh my God. He is a true Southern South Carolina boy. I think he's from Mullins, South Carolina, if I remember correctly. Like, you look at him, and then I'm telling you, go and watch one of his interviews where he talks. It's almost hilarious, that Southern draw he has. I absolutely love it, to be honest.
He's got it like a deep Southern accent.
Oh,
boy,
so deep. He got that true Southern deep accent. Like,
God.
I haven't heard it in a while. I haven't heard that Southern style accent since my old command sergeant major in high school, to be honest with you. The moment I heard it, I fell in love with him even more.
There's 25 seconds left. I really hope. Come on,
they
man.
gotta be getting ready to do a trade, just like Detroit, Dallas. Or
are you no.
It's
no,
the Chiefs are on the clock. They made a trade with your rival. What?
Oh, hell no.
What?
No. All right.
What?
Fire Bean immediately. This is no.
Why
would you do that?
What? I would have never in my life thought they would trade it to their rival.
Nah.
This is Cooper DeJean coming off the board, or Adonai Mitchell. It's got to be. Like, for the Chiefs, though.
You've got to be kidding me.
This is
You've got to
no
be.
way.
No.
I'm so with you on this. I am. Dude, I've got to see what the trade package. If this isn't like the house, basically, for Buffalo, like, this is garbage. Oh my God. Let's see who the pick is.
Why have they done this to me?
Oh my God, dude.
If the Chiefs take a wide receiver now, you will hear me scream. There's no way.
God.
Please. Don't hurt me like this.
I'm trying to find the trade
Not
package.
to the
Buffalo
not to the
trades
Chiefs.
to KC. Builds trade pick 28, 133, and 248 for 32, 95, and 221. So you moved back 4 spots. So you get 32, 95, and 221. And Kansas City gets 28, 133, and 248. So you pick swapped what is that? 220 is like 6th or 7th round picks, and then you moved, I think, a 4th round for a 3rd round. by moving back. So you moved up to pick 95 from 133, and then pick swapped your fourth rounds, moving or seventh rounds, like moving up. Ah, I would need assurance that like they're not taking my guy. To be honest with you as well,
If
I
if I'm watching ESPN right now, if on this screen, if on my laptop I see a wide receiver's name pop up on my screen, I'm going to no, no.
I'm looking at Kansas. Oh my god, PFF is so crazy how fast they do this. I know who it is. It's Xavier Worthy. Even though no one's announced it, it's not on ESPN. PFF's lineup roster is updating so fast. Like it had Caleb Williams in there the moment it happened. And I'm seeing Xavier Worthy listed over there on the left X spot right now. So I don't know how true it is. And I've seen Xavier Worthy climb in draft boards and actually going above Adonai Mitchell late. And we might have just seen it happen. Like I said, I don't know if it's happened. I'm still waiting for confirmation.
As long as Leggett and Mitchell are still there, you know
I
what?
am mind blown. I have worries, but the scary thing is this: you now have Rashee Rice, who is one of the best, contested catches, solid hand guys, which he might face a suspension. You then went and got Brown, the former Raven and Cardinal, speed guy. And now Xavier Worthy, the fastest wide receiver at the combine, a 6'1", 178-pound wide receiver. That's terrifying.
That's probably why that's probably why they did it, because they know Rice is probably going to get suspended.
Absolutely, dude. That broke my heart. He was, one of the guys I loved during last year. I knew he was going to go too high in the second round to be part of my draft special, but fuck, dude, balled out with the Chiefs.
Why? Why would you? No. Why are the Bills trading? You need a wide receiver.
Did they? I'm still waiting for the confirmation that it's Worthy.
Yeah. ESPN's taking its time, but
I know, right? They are just yanking my dick here a little bit. I feel like they slowed down the pace of the draft so hard.
I can't believe they've done this.
That's not enough in my book, for draft compensation. I would have needed another fifth.
I pray the Ravens don't fleece you the same way the Bills fleeced me.
I 100% expect my Ravens to trade out of this round, probably.
We already got robbed in the Diggs trade. I thought for sure Diggs was. We should have gotten way more for Diggs.
You should have. You absolutely should have. That was ridiculous.
At least a 2024 second, man. Like, maybe not a first, because I get he's old and didn't really do much, but like at least like this year second, man. Like 2 second rounders.
Exactly. Like especially how deep this draft was, a wide receiver. You could have really used that pick to, rebuild the wide receiver room from scratch and basically reopen another Super Bowl window with Josh Allen in a sense. I slightly understand to a small degree the Diggs trade. I don't understand the compensation, but I understand moving on.
I understand why they did it. I understand why they did it. Diggs was old. He was getting agitated. He didn't score a touchdown the last 7 games we played. Like it was bound to happen.
Yeah. And you wanted Gabe Davis to become a real number 1, and he was like, "I'm gonna stay a good number 2."
Stayed dropping passes.
Exactly. He's down there with Trevor Lawrence now to drop some passes. Poor Trevor Lawrence. They went and drafted a wide receiver when he needs protection. Yep, and there it is, official.
I'll see it there. Yep.
Man, this has been a popular pick for the Chiefs constantly, even when they stayed at 32. A lot of people had them. The question is this: who was going to draft Worthy? The Chiefs must have got wind from somebody that Worthy was going to be drafted here between 29 and 31, basically. Detroit, Baltimore, San Francisco. So who was looking at him is the real question. Might have been Detroit, but I don't know. They don't really need a wide receiver that much.
I almost wonder if it was you guys, because
I mean, it really
We
could
don't
have been
need a
us.
wide
We
receiver.
kind of do. We need another guy, but just ah, I don't know, man. Maybe he was gonna be our guy. He is a deep ball guy, and Lamar needs someone that can really fucking take off deep. Lamar overthrew so many wide receivers last year by like a half step. And
I
basically all of our guys run 4.40s. So that 4.2 might have been that half step. And the dude definitely does have speed.
Raven, if you take a wide receiver, I'm going to be upset.
I mean, really, Adonai Mitchell might be that guy. Baltimore really does need the number. So Bateman had one of the best separation scores in the NFL last year, but he just never got the looks. And Nelson Aguilar got more snaps from the coaching staff. Um, but we signed Bateman. Dude, we signed Bateman to a 3-year deal, $5 million a year. That is such a great deal for a wide receiver in this market. Pick is in for Dallas, by the way. Um, but with Zay Bateman and we re-signed Aguilar, like we got a decent starting three. But man, a big 6'4" guy for Lamar like Xavier Worthy would really possibly put us over the edge.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't actually looked over how deep each position's draft class is. How is the running back class this year?
Oh, so a lot of people, the problem is they say it's weak because there's no true number one running back. There's no running back going number one. There's probably going to be
Okay.
barely some running backs going round two. I believe Jonathan Brooks, the running back out of Texas, is considered the number one overall. But dude, that Texas offensive line was insanely dominant. Whenever the left side of that offensive line comes out, they're probably all going to be first round picks, like from center, left
Because I was
guard,
gonna
and left
say,
tackle.
because I was gonna say
But good.
maybe Dallas would, maybe Dallas was gonna take a running back, but you're saying that the class is weak, so I guess that's
I
something
think
to.
though there are some really good guys deeper in this draft. You know me, I did my draft special. I think this draft has some really good guys from round 3 to 5, and maybe even like 2 or 3 seventh rounders that I'm looking at. One of my guys has been rising. He's from Monmouth, Jaden Sheridan. He's risen 120 average draft positions since 20 days ago, basically. Ooh, Tyler Guyton.
Oh,
Yeah,
hello.
that's kind of expected. And there goes the last tackle that's considered like edge of tier one. The problem with him is
Well,
again is the starts. Huge guy though.
guess Dax. I guess Dax getting more protection.
Yeah, they kind of did need it. They lost some of their tackles. So did need it, but he's one of those guys that's a boom or bust pick. He's like Orlando Brown Jr. He's either gonna dominate dudes or people are gonna run right by him because he can't
Okay,
bend.
wait. I'm looking on ESPN right now, and it says the best fit for you is Xavier Leggett, and I don't
Oh
like that.
man.
I want him.
I know. I think Leggett looked way better than Adonai Mitchell at the combine. I loved Adonai Mitchell. Adonai Mitchell showed up the combine and he kept dropping shit. Really bad drops. The thing is this, he has that potential there was a game. He got thrown or he was wide open on a pass. Didn't get thrown it. He came back and yelled at his quarterback. His quarterback threw it to him. He went up and dominated the corner. Oh, Baltimore, the pick is in immediately. This could be Cooper DeJean. I've been calling for a first round corner for the Ravens for a while now. I really thought Kool-Aid McKinstry might have been that guy potentially. Eric DaCosta said he thought there was a top 20 player that was going to drop down to the Ravens. And if he wasn't there, the Ravens would probably trade out. The fact that the pick is in that quickly means they know their guy is here.
Oh,
Oh my God, I am.
just take the gene. Take him. He's yours. You can have him. We don't need a cornerback. Just take him. Take him.
My
Take him.
only
Just don't
worry is
take my wide
DeJean
receiver.
has no experience. Nate Wiggins could be this pick too. He's the fastest corner in this draft class, 6'2", 185. Kool-Aid, I mean, perennial starter. Like, God, there's so many good players here. And Adonai Mitchell could be that true number one guy for Lamar in the red zone as well. Like,
No, you don't want to take a wide receiver. You want a cornerback.
how crazy would it be if the Buffalo Bills use their first pick on a wide receiver, right? And then tomorrow they trade up to come get Leggett. So they take like Adonai Mitchell after us, and then they come up and get Leggett early in the second
I'm
round.
so down for that. I'm so down for that. I'm willing to get. You don't understand. I'm willing to give up so much
I
draft
mean,
capital because
that
of this.
95th you
But
got from KC would be enough to do it.
yeah, we could
Way
do
more
it.
than enough, to be honest.
Let's do it. As long as the Ravens don't take one of them, like yeah. Give
Oh,
and Mitchell. Let's
come
run
on.
it. Run it. We have
I'm so excited for this
rookie
pick.
receivers.
I'm kind of excited we
2
didn't
rookie
trade back.
receivers. Oh boy. 2 rookie receivers with King Josh Allen, bro. That would be so.
Come on.
Oh my.
PFF, spoil it for me. Spoil it for me. Come on, PFF.
I don't have it open. You're gonna have to let me know.
I'm not seeing anything. I don't see anything that spoils it, sadly.
Just take a.
Come on, guys. Spoil it for me. I want to know.
You know you want a cornerback. Just take him. Take him. He's right there.
I wonder why DeJean's been falling down boards. I'm a little worried about it. Come on. Come on. Tell me. Dying right now. Dying.
I'm dying too, bro.
Hey, Philly. What up, my guy? I was talking about you earlier. How did you steal the number one corner in the draft at number 22, my guy? That is absolutely ridiculous. Philly just constantly stealing from people and letting the draft board fall to them. Maybe Philly's the one spreading all the misinformation across these GMs, creating the chaos. But congratulations on Kenyon Mitchell.
Maybe when Jerry Jones said the Cowboys were going all in, he meant all in on letting Philly do whatever the hell they want.
I know, right? Like, I know Cowboy fans gotta be pretty upset.
Who the hell is this guy?
There he is. Yep, that was the guy I was just talking about. Nate Wiggins, the fastest corner in this draft. Ran like a 4.2 40 out of Clemson.
Dang, all right.
I called it.
Thank you for not taking a receiver.
I told everyone that the chance of the Baltimore Ravens taking a first-round corner was there, and we just saw it happen.
All right. The should-be Super Bowl champions are on the clock. I'm still mad about that game.
I mean, who wouldn't be, right?
I watched that live. I hope you know this. I watched this live in like a crowd of people all gathered in the college like little gathering center where they had a big screen up, and I watched the 49ers kick the go-ahead field goal in overtime. I'm like, yeah, this is great, guys. Woo!
Watching that tape on Nate Wiggins, just how fast he is. Chasing down players right there. There he is. I think that's chasing down Xavier Worthy for a fumble. And he constantly hammers for the ball. There he is, stripping Hampton right at the goal line, basically. I love that effort by Xavier Worthy. I mean, sorry, not Xavier Worthy, Nate Wiggins. Excited to see him next year.
Go ahead and give the Steelers some hell.
Definitely wasn't sure that was going to be the pick, though, to be honest with you.
I mean, hey, your corner. Who are your cornerbacks right now? Obviously, you got
Marlon Humphrey, Brandon Stevens, who.
Your cornerback room is stacked now. Oh boy,
it kind of is. Like Ronald Darby came back, I believe, or is coming back. Not a bad pick, but we've got San Francisco now on the clock here. 2 picks left in this first round. Buffalo coming up soon. San Francisco could look for a wide receiver to replace Brandon Ayuk if it gets traded, but they're trying to extend him.
He's not going to get traded. They're not going to take a receiver here.
I know San Francisco's definitely upset. Every San Francisco fan I know really wanted one of these really good tackles in the draft. And the fact that they're all gone, I'm sure they are very upset about. There's still a pretty good tackle from Yale on the board, but just ah, he Yale plays at an FCS level technically, and he only had
I'm
full
curious.
played in 4 games last year.
I'm curious if the 49ers might actually get dethroned on the West next year.
Philly says Wiggins fell because of his bad attitude. Ooh, interesting. I'm gonna have to look into that a little bit. But Baltimore has a history when they still have a number one corner of drafting a guy to kind of develop behind him, going all the way back to Chris McAllister, Jimmy Smith, Marlon Humphrey, all part of that trend essentially. Um, I don't hate the pick. I wasn't in love with it, but his speed can be put to good use. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, your defense is already like pretty stacked. You guys
Yeah.
are gonna be fine.
I wonder if they're gonna. I wonder if they think he can play slot. He didn't line up a lot in slot in college, but I wonder if they have this weird urge that like he can. Only allowed a passer rating of 44.4 NFL last year, so really good passer rating. Only 18 receptions on 41 targets, so didn't let anything through.
I don't like the fact that the 49ers are letting this clock run down. I hope they're not trying to trade down. Please don't
I
do
know
that.
130 on the clock. It seems like they would. Honestly,
Oh,
I would
okay.
not.
No, pick is in.
Oh, okay, okay.
Pick is in. All right, we're good. We're good. Don't take a receiver, please. I'm going to keep saying that until I until the Bills are on the clock again. I mean, what do the 49ers even need? And they need an offensive tackle, but they're gone.
Yeah, all the
They could
tackles
take a
are
corner
gone.
here.
Yeah,
They could
they
take
they,
DeJean here.
they definitely could. I think they need a little help on the interior of the defensive line as well. They signed Leonard Floyd and Malik Collins, but both of them have a sub 61 grade last year. Hargrave had a little bit of injuries as well. Malik Collins and Leonard Floyd more known for their pass rushing ability on the defensive line than their run stopping. Um, like I said, I'm not a fan of Jazar Newton, but I would not be surprised if he came off the board here to the Niners. They need a linebacker as well. Greenlaw, they're starting Sam, of course, had the Achilles tear in the Super Bowl. So not only do they need a Will, but they're going to need a Sam until he comes back. Peyton Wilson Jr. would probably not be a bad selection here for them. Give them a ton of speed at the linebacker position if they're happy with their free agent signings.
Look, I'm just glad the Bills' defense is still pretty strong, so we don't have to really worry about that right now.
Yeah, y'all do still have. Let me see. I'm gonna pull y'all up here real quick.
I mean, okay, we might need like a safety, but like
Yeah, your starting safeties lined up right now was that Edwards and Rapp. Hold on, I thought y'all signed someone. Oh, wrong team. Buffalo Bills.
we got Rasul Douglas at corner. I'm not too worried about that.
Yep, you signed
And
Taylor
Kyer
Rapp in
Elam.
free agency as well. Um, yeah, your outside corners are absolutely outstanding. The left side of the defensive line, Oliver Miller might need a little help. And of course, losing Tyrell Dodson hurt a good bit. But with Moro and Milano, you're not hurting terrible. Could use a linebacker yourself, maybe. And
Um,
I don't know. Of course, wide receiver, the
Milano.
pressing issue.
Well, I think Milano and Epinesa are like a solid linebacker core.
Oh
I think
yeah,
we're
you
good
did sign
there.
Epinesa. Daquan Jones coming on the interior side of that line. Yeah, yeah.
And I know yesterday you mentioned the Von Miller contract. Oh, who the hell?
Ooh,
Oh,
the
they
wide
took a wide
receiver out
receiver,
of
but
Florida. Ooh, Ooh, this
It wasn't a guy I was looking at though. Interesting.
Pearsall has been actually really high on my radar, believe it or not. Wow. But he was too high to feature on my draft special. The kid is sneaky good. He doesn't have the PFF grades like everyone thinks. 6'1", 192 senior, supposed to be a slot guy, which they did need a slot wide receiver technically. They're relying on an old veteran. I'm trying to remember his name. I like him though. He's a good veteran, but they definitely had to look. I put the wrong team.
Are you? What do you mean?
You traded? Oh my god! Oh, I feel so bad with Carolina. Who the hell is Carolina coming up to get?
They're gonna take a receiver, aren't they? They don't have any receivers.
This has got to be Xavier Legette. They want to keep the boy in South Carolina.
What?
But Pearsall going to replace Jawan Jennings in there. Man, that offense is stacked in San Francisco now. They still need to get some offensive line, but wow, Carolina. You know what though? Hear me out. Hear me out. Y'all are loading up draft picks in a deep wide receiver draft class. It's okay. Breathe. It's okay.
I wanted these guys though. They're
big
and fast. I wanted big and fast.
Legette is technically on the PFF board. Behind guys like Roman Wilson, Keon Coleman, Ladd McConkey, Troy Franklin, and Adonai Mitchell. And honestly, those are all real. Ladd McConkey's got sneaky Puka Nacua vibes, to be 100% honest with you. Keon Coleman actually hit the fastest speed on the gauntlet drill, despite his 40 and being like 6'4". Which Nacua was the fastest last year in that drill. So there's a lot of really good wide receivers left on this board. Let's see what you got in trade compensation. So
let us get
I missed it there. Fuck, I missed it. I gotta go look it up now. Buffalo trades to Carolina.
Carolina's pick is in, by the way.
Let's see. Trade down.
At least I hope we got a second for this, man.
Let's see. Come on, give it to me.
Traded up into the first for this.
Oh, it'll tell me actually over here.
Okay.
You didn't get much. I hate to say this. You got, of course, their second round, which is like 33. They got 31.
Oh, so we're picking next. Okay.
Yeah, you're basically picking at the very beginning of the first round or second round. Pick 2 of the second round is where you're picking now. Or no, pick one. Pick one. I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry. My bad.
Okay.
So you're only moving down one spot. This has got to be for Cooper DeJean. I feel like the fact that he's still on the board here. It could be Adonai Mitchell though. We were
going to take DeJean?
So let's see. So you got a 5th. 141. And they got your 200th. So you moved up 60 spots you basically traded a 6th round pick for a 5th round pick, moving back 1 spot. Honestly, I like it because, again, the defensive line depth drops after the 5th round. Same thing with running backs. So I would have really liked to have seen more value at that trade. But obviously, they made an agreement with Carolina that they're not going to take somebody, Maybe it's Adonai Mitchell, and like they said, they're coming up here for Cooper DeJean, and you can take Adonai Mitchell first thing tomorrow. But that's the good thing you have. No matter what, you have probably an agreement in place that Carolina is not taking whoever your GM truly wants. So that's a blessing in disguise.
I hope so.
I know, I hope so too. What if he lied to you?
I really hope there's a rule against that. There probably isn't.
There isn't. One of the GMs, former GMs, talked about it a little today. He's like, "I'd be truthful and honest, unless it seriously benefited my team." And I was like, "Oh God, no! Don't say that! Don't say that!"
What do you mean? Why would you ever confess that? Oh,
I know, right? Oh, the pick is in.
please,
Oh my
please.
god. If it's legit, it's a slight reach potentially. Um, but man, it's
Give me
got to be
just
Mitchell or DeJean.
give me two good wide receivers for Allen in this draft, and I'm happy.
I'm telling you, I have a feeling you're gonna get some guys, unless you get fucked over in some trades later. But you're stacking ammo, like all the ammo you're picking up, honestly, might be for trading up later. Like the pick you just actually acquired, pick 141, I could absolutely see as a move to you know, like go get somebody else, like trade up
They
earlier in next
they
round or
got
third round.
legit. They got legit.
Wow, they kept him in state. That's a heartbreaker. I really wanted him in Baltimore, but I bet
Wanted
Carolina's
him in
happy.
Buffalo.
I'm so sorry.
Ah,
That is so rough, my guy. They needed the
okay,
help,
so
bro.
I assume that means we're gonna take Ad Mitchell.
I mean, it's gotta mean you're taking Mitchell.
It
It has
better
to.
be.
You
It
know,
better be.
Troy Franklin, who's a deep ball specialist, is on the board. Lad McConkey is a great wide receiver with incredible route running game, 6'1", 185. So maybe he's your new Diggs. Uh, I'm guessing you don't like Keon Coleman. But wow, what a first round, honestly. We had some real head scratchers.
That's the first time since 2020 we've traded out of the first round because that was the Diggs trade was the last time we traded out.
Wow, so it's been a while since y'all haven't used that first round. I mean, let's look. So you got a 141, you got 95, you got 221. Gave up 133, gave up 240, gave up two whatever, 200. I just the thing is this, that must mean they really were not in love with any of these guys. But I don't know, man. It's just not enough. It's not enough.
My my thing with Bean is like a lot of his draft. Bean is like a legend in free agency. Like he always goes ham, but his draft picks just sometimes are just not it. Like sometimes you get lucky, but like his second round picks especially are just not good.
I mean, this is going to give Buffalo, though. No, that's the crazy thing. Buffalo technically doesn't net any additional picks in all of these trades. They're trading pick for pick, and essentially. So they still only have 10 picks in this draft. However, they've drastically improved their draft positions. I feel like that's a
Okay.
good
Okay.
sign. I feel like that's actually a good sign for y'all. That
You
you're
know,
seeing how
I'm
the board's
freaking out.
going and you need to move up in some of these later rounds.
You know what? I'm freaking out right now, but watch, we're gonna win like 13 games next year, and I'm gonna eat my words.
Let me take a look here. I want to look at one thing here. So, what if the joke about us doing 2 second round wide receivers? So, trade chart. I want to take a look at what it would take for Buffalo to move up in the second round with their second round pick. So you got pick 60 if you wanted to move up like to pick 45, like so halfway through the second round it would only cost 150, which we joked about that 95th pick you got being potential ammo for trading up. That's about exactly what it would cost you to move up in this halfway in the second round.
I wouldn't
Man,
be mad at that. Get Allen his two weapons to stack on top of Khalil Shakir. Right now, our number one receiver is Khalil Shakir. I he's and as great of a slot receiver as he is, he's not a number one guy. We need
yeah.
Allen needs his weapons. All right, Give me Adonai Mitchell and give me someone else.
You mean Curtis Samuel's not your guy?
No.
He's slotted in as your starting slot wide receiver. I could definitely see them maybe just going for one wide receiver. You know what I feel like would be a great pick too is getting like a safety like Tyler Nubin, maybe. There's
I
also,
wouldn't be mad.
do you need free safety or strong safety more, do you think?
I quite frankly, I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I don't even know what the difference between those words are.
The free safety is the guy that always has got the deep responsibility. He's usually the faster of the two, while your strong safety is a guy that comes up in the box and might be part of your run stopping game. Usually, you want those guys to have good slot skills as well. There's a safety from the University of Georgia named Javon Bullard, and this guy is an absolute dog. He's going to go in the second round as a safety. He can play slot. He can play deep. He's probably the best like single field safety in this draft by far. Probably the only true free safety, I'd say. You got a kid named Tyler Nubin who's 6'2", 210. But let me take a look here at Buffalo's.
I mean, frankly, we lost Poyer this year. We're probably going to lose Hyde as well. I wouldn't be mad if we took safety in the second round. I feel like we could use that.
Yeah, you took Mike Edwards. I think that's KC's old guy. Your free safety. You also signed Rapp, who was a former second round pick in 29. Probably going to give him a chance to develop. So they could go free safety as well. I would not be surprised if Buffalo went that direction, safety and then a wide receiver. So like um, Xavier Worthy with that first pick, and then maybe with that second pick taking Javon Bullard, the safety from Georgia.
Oh, do you mean Adonai Mitchell? Because Worthy's
Yeah,
already.
yeah. I'm sorry. I've been getting them mixed up all day. But I'm
Oh my
excited for
God, I can't.
tomorrow.
Yeah,
There are going to be
I,
some really good players coming off the board.
if I if I come here again tomorrow and we trade down again, I may lose my mind.
God, so
We
I mean, if I was the Bills, I'd think about one more trade, maybe.
oh, I don't want to lose out on Adonai Mitchell though. He's a big
Yeah,
guy.
six
Like I
four,
want
one
that.
ninety six. Like doesn't drop many balls, according to college, but he didn't look good in the combine. I
I'm
mean,
not too worried. I'm not too worried about combine. Everyone gets a
yeah.
little bit of pressure. Not too worried. Jamar Chase looked awful in the preseason, his rookie season. Look what happened.
And the thing is, I think he played what at Georgia at one point as well. If I'm trying to find it, doesn't tell me. I mean, I'm trying to look. So let's see. Didn't play good against Bama. Trying to find some of these other corners. Iowa State, he played pretty good. Didn't play good against Washington. Best game against came against KC and KU, Kansas State and Kansas University. I understand why there's some worries about Adonai Mitchell. First round, second round, I'd probably take the shot on him. But Lad
That's what
McConkey, I
I'm.
would not be surprised if y'all actually take him with that pick tomorrow and not Adonai Mitchell. I really wouldn't be surprised there.
As long as we get, I need a receiver. Okay, I need one. We, we need it.
Yeah, played 15 games. He's had a 79 plus PF or 77 plus PF grade for 3 years straight for University of Georgia. Only played in 9 games this year, but previously 15 games in both years before. Um, Absolute route running nightmare to match up with. Basically, they talked about him in film study, and they basically every time they found a corner getting taken advantage of, it was usually McConkey taking advantage of him. More of a slot guy, but can go outside, and he's an absolute yak monster. Why, again, I can see him kind of replacing, Diggs a little bit, especially Diggs, had that veteran savvy with route running. It's hard to replace that in a rookie. Supposedly needs to improve on his release. Has a little bit of too many steps, They compared him to former Eddie Royal. I don't know if you ever remember him.
I don't know who that is. Not familiar. Probably
But
before my time.
yeah, basically before my time too. I barely remember him. Leggett though, definitely a little bit of a reach, but he put numbers up
Well,
in USC's. So
Panthers. It's probably going to be the Panthers. I would assume number one guy, right?
yeah, they've got a. That's really gonna help them, honestly. So they, of course, went and brought over Adam Thielen from Minnesota last year. Had a pretty good year in the slot. Then they also went and traded for Deontay Johnson, the problem child of the Steelers. So if Deontay can even play at his normal level or go back to his old previous year level, uh, great. And then they went and got their true X guy to go up and get jump balls. So they've got a good route running fast guy in Deontay Johnson. They've got a veteran savvy guy in the slot in Thielen. And now they've got a true number one X wide receiver. They really need a tight end, which I expect them to go after probably in this next round. But they got to keep Bryce Young upright. They signed
Hey,
they
it
signed a
all
guy in
comes
the
down to
offseason,
him.
though. Yeah, they signed a good guard, Robert Hunt. He's a Pro Bowl guard from the Miami Dolphins. So that's going to help the interior of the line. They also signed Damian Lewis from the Seahawks and Josh Nijman from the Green Bay. Nijman is a sneak guy. He's had some injury problems, but when he's healthy, he's played outstanding. So they made some good free agent signings to really turn that team around. So we'll have to see. And then of course bringing or Brian Burns leaving kind of hurt, but they'll make up for it.
I was gonna, on the NFC South, I was like, when the Falcons signed Kirk Cousins, I'm like, oh yeah, the Falcons are gonna win the NFC South. That's easy. And
Mm-hmm.
then they go ahead and do the pick that we were both losing our minds about for like
I
15
am
minutes, and now I'm like,
so
what do
perplexed
you
over
mean?
that. Like
Why would you do that?
they had the
Like
potential to really solidify their conference standing. Like
unless are they like already second guessing themselves on the Cousins move?
that's what everyone's hinting at. Like they've got to, right? Like it's just that insane of a move. Uh, they really had a couple holes that they needed to fill. They need another safety. They need cornerback help like nobody's business. They could have used another number one wide receiver. Darnell Mooney and Rondale Moore are not those guys. Um,
I mean, they have Drake London, right?
they've got Drake London, Bijan, and Kyle Pitts, so maybe they're thinking those three are enough. But you give Kirk Cousins always had Thielen in his best years and Jefferson. I don't see Rondale Moore, the former Arizona, or no, I'm sorry, he was Atlanta Falcon, and then Darnell Mooney, the former Bear, being Thielen-esque. I really feel like if they would have just used that first round pick or traded back and still made a first round pick, that they could have pulled away in the NFC South. And now I feel like they've left the door open for the Panthers, who are making some pretty good
Yeah,
moves.
I feel like the Panthers could take it, especially if Bryce Young develops. Like,
He
who's
was
gonna
just
stop
running for
him?
his life last year, is what it was, man.
Their O line was so bad.
It really fucking was. And they've got insurance now if their Equanu, their first round pick a few years ago at left tackle, doesn't fare out. Like I said, they signed a Pro Bowl right guard. They still need a center. kind of interior line, and there's some good guys. Basically, Barton went off the board, didn't he? No, Barton didn't go off the board. So Barton went off the board to Tampa. But Jackson Power's still on the board. I think they would be absolutely ecstatic for that pick. I am just blown. Like I said, I'm blown away at some of these.
A lot of mind blowing moves today. I mean, like
Steve-O says
Can
two
we, like,
whiffs
cut-
on what you
can-
thought Niners going to do. Not so easy to comment not knowing results. Yeah, the 49ers with the Pearsall pick are definitely thinking about Ayuk's future moving on. But Pearsall is a big slot guy, so it gives you your future guy to play over the veteran. Trying to remember his fucking name. I said it earlier. Fuck. But he actually a really good veteran.
I'm a dual Steve-O real quick.
Do it.
Wait, no, I didn't. Wait.
What's funny is they've
I
already
did
got
not.
Pearsall slotted in on PFF as the starting slot wide receiver. That San Francisco offense going to be scary, bro. Scary. As long as they can keep Purdy upright. Steve-O says 30 mil was the hint. Yeah, y'all had did y'all re-sign him, if I'm not mistaken, in the offseason? Jawan Jennings, actually the 37th ranked wide receiver last year. Kind of like our guy made a lot of really kind of clutch catches, but Pearsall definitely gives the ability to, really take over from the slot. Enjoying the duels.
Can we cut back to like the point in the stream where you said like, oh, the first round's like the most boring round?
I still think it is.
And then the madness happened.
Every year there's gonna be something happen, and this year didn't disappoint. That's for sure. Knicks at 12 to Denver, like Latham coming off the board.
First round, bro.
It kind of was. Sorry.
We there were six quarterbacks.
Six in the top 12. And the first 14 picks of this draft were all offensive players. NFL history was made tonight. And of course, we kind of knew because the top three draft classes in this draft were wide receiver, tackle, and quarterback. So, I mean, it makes a lot of sense that, that the first 14 were offensive players. It was funny. Rich Eisen supposedly made a bet with someone that he said, if we get 6 quarterbacks, in the first round, you'll have to come on my podcast. And he won that bet.
So now, Denver's going to have a starting QB battle between
Zach Wilson
2.0 and the Bo Nix.
I know, right? That's going to be a funny one, honestly.
The ride never ends.
I'm excited to see where my boy Gunnar Watson goes. I really want him to get drafted by someone. I don't know if you saw him on the draft special. One of the better passing under pressure quarterbacks in this draft. And the thing is, nobody did more play action dropbacks than him in this draft class. He had like 212 play action passing dropbacks. The next highest was Penix and Wilson with like 100 and then like 98. So if like I just feel like he's gonna have a good transition to the NFL. But we'll see, right?
Oh,
see. Steve-O says, I gotta go troll some Niner fans. LOL.
Oh my God, bro.
Dude, I can only imagine how upset some Niner fans are right now with that pick.
Hold on, Steve-O, what's your NFL team?
He's a Niner fan, so that's why he's like, he knows. He likes to troll people, have some good fun. So, all right, though. I appreciate you coming on, man. If you want to come on tomorrow for the Buffalo Bills pick, just hit me up on Discord. I'm going to go get some food and give some snuggles to the girlfriend while I chug some Crown. Nate Wiggins could be the steal of the draft. Could be. Baltimore hasn't whiffed on too many first round corners. So, in EDC, we trust. But all right. I'm going to catch y'all later. Thanks for anyone that dropped in here on the stream. Again, we will be live tomorrow and Saturday for day 2 and 3 of the draft. Make sure you come back. This is where you really make your money.